shall run. There can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came. turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
To true gut instinct, William Tell did shoot bolts and not arrows. It's true. Crossbow bolts, baby. How we all doing? I shouldn't even ask that. I know you're all not doing great. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Kiva and Defer. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebee. Hello, what? Hello, Regington Mogus. Hello, Joshua68. Hello, Somnio Static. Hello, Snilgan. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Gamer G. Welcome back from the DSA convention, Superjet Guy. I hope it was good. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Zach Fletcher. I was sweating my ass off at work. Oof. Oof. At a certain point, like, I find sweating, like, intolerable until I reach the point where I'm like, I'm just going to be sweaty, and then it's fine. Hello, Malachi! Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, hello, Eddie666. Hello, Bastion. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Erica. Hello, how we doing, Abyssalis? Hello, Louise. Hello, John Bainbridge. Not to be confused with John Bogardus. Hello, Depraved Ambiance. Hello, how we doing, folks? Being drenched in sweat is sensory bad for me. Yeah, same. My butt crack is sweating. I'm sorry. Drain the swamp. Drain the swamp. And yet, Trump has not drained our swamps. Our swamps lie increasingly putrid. Sitting through Arc the Lad 2, and it's just so uncomfortable with all the parallels. I need to play Arc the Lad. I never got around that to playing that one. I've heard really good things. My sensory overload is getting popcorn butter on my hand. Damn. It's my Pookie game? What is a Pookie game? I don't know what that is. I'm mad at doomers and fascists? Hell yeah, your anger is well placed. Hello, T Scoops. Sucker for Lunar 1 and 2. I need to play the Lunar series. I never got into them. I also never got into Phantasy Star. I should give that a shot too. Hello. There's something so beautiful about singing resistance songs. Your new favorite's Bella Ciao. Bella Ciao's great. Xenogears, Rob Adler, a chatter with taste. Hello, Charles. Wow, earlier stream, it is, I admit, slightly earlier than last night, and yet it's still 2 hours later than I wanted to stream. So, you know. I'm getting desensitized to all the Trump nonsense, but I doubt Trump will have the sauce to keep the military shit. Well, we'll talk about it. Hello, Zaworldo. Yeah, Gamer G, last night I started at like 11 p.m. my time. Bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Yeah, I am doing my own thing, but I would really like, after like everything is unpacked, after everything kind of has its place in my new place, I would really like to get back to a consistent schedule. I'm pretty sure that we are the same age, and makes the fact that your singing voice reminds me of my mom and makes me want to cry because she was once someone I looked up to for being moral. There was an element to that which was about resistance. Oh, I take that as a really big compliment, Nine-Tailed Witch. People have to stop talking about these things like Trump is competent and in control of everything. Oh, yeah. We will. Is this a liberal stream? Are you asking, is this a liberal stream? Kevin Badger, if that's the question, the answer is fuck no, it's not. What is the rough time this show is supposed to start? Like 8 p.m. Central Time. So it's supposed to start 2 hours from now. I mean, 2 hours before now. Oh, God. Hello, Sweet Myths. Hope you've been having a fun adventure on that motorcycle. Also, hello, Lady Raincloud. I saw you before I popped into in here. Understandable understandable reaction to the day. And I'm going to try and break it down today, and we're gonna take some veering off the main path, and oh, you don't have to be sorry, Lady Raincloud. I'm fucking sorry about about what the hell is happening, but I am going to try and be as constructive about it as I can. No, it's a YouTube stream. Hey, Nathan, you got it. Good evening, watching the totally not political Deep Space Nine tonight. Buffalo Guy, that's been going around. A lot of people in the community have been watching Deep Space Nine, and I gotta tell you, you guys have great taste. Excellent television show. You've actually been preparing to move too, Sweet Myths. I mean, you don't have to say, like, what general area of the country you're moving to, but I am curious. Priscilla, hello. Hello, John Bogardus. I knew you were coming around. I need to watch Babylon 5. I've heard such good things about it. I've just never gotten around to it. Is Deep Space Nine better than Next Generation? It's I would say it is better in a certain way than the Next Generation. If you are more of a fan of, like, ongoing storytelling, you know, like, a lot of Next Generation is kind of one episode happens and it's relatively disconnected from anything else that happens, with the odd exception. Deep Space Nine is, like, every episode building on the last one for the most part. There's a lot of forward thrust momentum to that show. Once everything is settled, are you going to stream during the day? I'm fighting video game addiction by having a game curfew at 9:30 p.m. I'm going to try to stream during the day sometimes. I'm unsure when, but I'm going to try sometimes, Jazz Dog. Binging the original series, we need Kirk to talk Grok and ChatGPT into offing itself. You know, they're not that far away from doing that, to be honest with you. Hello, Alan Smith. Oh, you're moving somewhere. Okay, you're just relocating in San Diego. That's cool. Babylon 5 is similar to Deep Space Nine if you like the style of story. It's free on Tubi right now. Ooh. Yeah, Farscape. Indigo Phoenix, another chatter of taste. Just FYI, I'm not going to be in chat as often then. No, Jazz Dog! No! Well, don't worry. There will be some earlier streams. Oh, vegan, does Next Generation hold up for like high schoolers these days? Hey, Liberal Dan. Muppets in Space. That is Farscape. Yeah, we all love Jazz Dog here, Sweet Myths. How do we feel about Stargate SG-1? I fucking love Stargate SG-1. Fucking love it. The fact that we don't currently have a renaissance of Stargate is a crime. It's a travesty. That show is so good. Like that, I gotta be honest with you. I really like all of the cheesy effects that were in Stargate. I love it so much. The giant snake head. The giant snake-headed, like, warriors being, like, a prime antagonist. That was great. That was so fucking good. The Orville's trash. It's basically What If Star Trek, but centrist. Ah, so you mean it's Star Trek Enterprise. I've seen none of these shows. Yo, get on it. How's the new housing space? It's good. It's good. Still a lot of work, hence why I'm like 2 hours late to stream. But you know, we're finding places to put everything. We're repainting a closet. We're, you know, putting up storage solutions in said closets. It's good, but also again a fuck ton of work. ACAB includes Tone Police. I need to watch The Expanse. You haven't fully moved in yet, have you? I mean, yes, I have. I'm going to be here permanently. Hello, Jess. But the office should be done in about 2 weeks. We have this week, and then I'm going on a small vacation next week. And then when I'm back, the new space should be done. We'll see. Yeah, you'll never see the old place again. I got real tipsy, and that was all she wrote. Anyone have any weird physical hobbies? I'm thinking of learning boomeranging stuff. That's so cool. Is the cement floor laid? You know, I haven't gone and checked yet. I think right now we're waiting on a plumber to move some piping, and then they can finish doing the drywall. I experienced low-cost airlines for the first time today. Never again. How do people tolerate that? I genuinely don't know. Budget airlines are the worst. You literally feel like a piece of cargo. No, I don't need someone to lay pipe, Liberal Dan. I need someone to, you know, jiggle some pipes around, you know? I just need a good, vigorous, you know, realignment of piping. Right now, it's in a bad position. It hurts me to look at it. But, you know, they're gonna move it around a little bit, and it's gonna be so much better. God. God. All right. You know what? You know what? Since we live in Hell World, we're not going to talk about Hell World right away, but we are going to discuss one small aspect of Hell World, okay? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the buttons, do the things that help the stream. You know the things. You know, subscribe, follow, click buttons, etc. All right. Here we go. So, folks, there is a news outlet called The Daily Wire. Now, they've fallen on some hard times. It's difficult out there to be Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles, just barely scraping by these days. So, obviously, they had to drop a new attempt at a segment on their channel. And I'm really sorry but we're gonna have to watch this one. And I don't think any of you are ready.
Oh yeah, shift those pipes.
Oh, we're shifting these pipes right over to the Daily Wire. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciated. But let's check this out from just 3 days ago here.
Prep for season 2, we didn't want to leave you completely in the Ben After dark. Instead, we'll be releasing little bonus moments from season 1, featuring some of our favorite guests with previously unseen games and segments. Don't forget to watch season 1 in its entirety. Become a member at dailywire.com now. Enjoy and get ready for more unfiltered, off-the-leash pop culture fun on an all-new season of Ben After Dark, coming soon.
It's time for a classic schoolyard game everyone knows well. F, marry, K.
Wow. You can't say the K word?
Unalive.
Unalive.
Okay.
F, marry, unalive.
But this will be the hardest F, marry, kill ever.
Yeah. Yeah. You all know how much you guys have wanted to see Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles talk about which politicians they would fuck. Because that's, you know, that's something that maybe should have been left on the cutting room floor. But, yeah, you heard Ben Shapiro at the start of this. Like, we're waiting in between seasons of him filming. I don't know why they call it Ben After Dark. Like, he's not particularly edgy in those segments. Like, I'm not sure the premise of the seasons, but okay. Oh god.
Gotta start arming ourselves with cheap food items like the guy in DC. Since I am in Cali, I will arm myself with a gas station burrito.
Indeed. Indeed. Andrew S., thank you for being a member and for demonstrating what we all should be.
So F will stand for friends, mostly because we can barely imagine even that with any of the political options we'll have here.
Friends.
But
That's so wholesome.
if you want to make it friends with benefits, that's up to you.
Wow.
Oh god. If you do want to fuck them, that's up to you. Oh god.
K,
okay.
in the spirit of Noel.
Also, I have no idea who this woman is. Like, I don't know who this woman is, and it's weird.
Kill. We're gonna make that cancel.
So, but it's spelled with a K.
Cancel.
Right, like America. Okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense
Okay,
anymore.
so friends with benefits, marry
or cancel.
All right, let's hear both of your answers for each set of options. Number 1, Chris Hayes, Chris Matthews, and Jen Psaki.
I'm glad that it's friends now, because otherwise,
Yeah.
that's super awkward.
No, Ben. Tell us which one you would fuck. Don't dodge the question. You're being really slippery right now. Would you or would you not fuck Chris Hayes? We all need to know. We've all been wondering. Does Ben Shapiro want to fuck Chris Hayes? Does Michael Knowles want to fuck Chris Hayes? It's the question we're all dying to know in politics.
Jen Psaki, she's like a... I find her actually kind of endearing. I thought she was pretty good at that job,
Yeah.
especially compared to her successor.
This is very easy for me. Okay, because you know you're gonna kill. It's got to be Chris Hayes. Okay, sorry,
Yes, I agree, I agree.
cancel Chris Hayes.
Cancel Chris Hayes.
And I'm with you. I feel like marry Jen Psaki. I feel like she'd be a long-term.
No. I was going to say FWB with Jen Psaki because...
Oh, Mike, oh god, even this lady's just like, Jesus Christ. Like, Michael Knowles went out of his way to say that he wanted to have sex with Jen Psaki. Like, again, I saw this and I knew this was going to be unhinged. This was gonna be bad. He went off the... I mean, I don't know that there's a way that Michael Knowles could participate in this game and not come across as a complete freak. You know? I'm pretty sure she's the replacement Brett Cooper. Oh, yeah, she's yeah. We have Brett Cooper at home.
Chris Matthews is old. Suffer it out for a few years, and then you get all that good MSNBC money.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's just take the sex off the table because this is getting.
Even Ben Shapiro's like, oh God, I own this outlet. Please stop talking about how you want to fuck a celebrity in the political space. Please stop. This is, I guarantee you, this is 100% the reason that this segment never made it into season 1. This is why it was on the cutting room floor, because Michael Knowles immediately made it creepy as fuck.
Too weird, just right off.
I'm gonna take
right
this.
off the
Hey,
bat.
you do it better,
Yep.
Chris Matthews, than I do.
No, it's sex.
Oh, the
No,
table.
I'm here. Harold Rumpel, come on the show. Chris Matthews, friends, Jen Psaki, Mary, and Chris Hayes cancel.
No, I'm
You're gonna
sticking
reverse
by
the first
my
two.
answer. FWB with my girl, J
You're not
Sachs,
gonna
and
go
then,
to
yeah.
WB here.
That is just like, you need to cut it out with the fucking them.
Let's
bit.
take the sex off the table, is the most spoken phrase in the Shapiro household since the 90s.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
And then I'm gonna be William F. Buckley Jr. with Jen Psaki. I'm gonna marry Chris Matthews, but I agree with Ben. I would kill Chris Hayes and take his glasses.
Cancel.
Cancel.
With a
sorry.
gun.
If you take his
With a gun.
glasses, you become him.
Right,
this is.
Next round. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah, we all knew that one was coming, didn't we? Now, I guarantee you, I have not pre-watched this, but I guarantee you, one of them is going to say, but can I kill myself? You know, one of them is going to, like, float that idea. And ultimately, they're all going to be weird about AOC.
That is brutal. Oh.
Can I say something?
Uh-oh.
It's been after dark. You can say anything, Michael.
We'll fix it and edit.
I actually think Ilhan Omar has a kind of elegance to her. Can I say? Is that weird? She's not my type, but I think she has a kind of a physical elegance to her. So.
Ooh, boy. We're in like some weird racist territory.
That
FWB.
means okay. Obviously, I'm going to marry Ilhan because
Obviously.
Ilhan's already married twice, including to her brother.
Right.
So that would
She is not, in fact, married to her brother. That's just a fun meme they like to say around and around and around.
be bigamy. It would be an invalid marriage. I could then go on to marry the woman that I want, sweet little Elisa. FWB is going to be. I grew up in the town over from AOC. I know some people joke that she's like a hot tamale or whatever, and I'm not. I never say anything about a woman's looks really, but she's not my type.
Okay.
Between her and Rashida Tlaib, I guess I got to be friends with AOC, right?
Well, I
Come
mean,
on,
yeah,
obviously.
undoubtedly. Like, she's kind of amusing. Like, she wants to have fun with this whole thing sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
She looks like she's happy sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, like, not like complete ball of misery.
None of them are complete balls of misery.
Like, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar just look miserable all the time.
Yeah,
Like,
Rashida
No, they don't.
all the time.
Face.
She likes to dance.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, she's
Like,
clever, man. That girl, I'm not saying, I don't know how she'd do on the SAT, but she's got some political cleverness to her.
That girl who's 35 years old.
for sure.
I just want to know why you, Savvy, a racist, didn't put Ayanna Presley into the mix. The Ringo Starr of the squad doesn't make it into our little game, huh?
Yeah, I'll probably Rashida Tlaib is, I think, the worst of them. Rashida Tlaib, you cancel
Fair enough.
by shipping back to Gaza.
So then you
And
marry
then-
Ilhan?
Your logic is impeccable. I mean, does marriage with Ilhan Omar really exist? It's like Schrodinger's marriage.
Yeah, no, certainly.
And nobody knows the answer,
Yeah.
really.
Number 3.
No, I.
Imagine how miserable it must have been to have Mara Wilson as a cousin and Abby Shapiro as your sister. Ben lost the genetic lotto hard.
Ay, 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 Saki Tanuki, it's true. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. This is utterly miserable, and honestly more like I have seen a pornography or two in my day. But this is the most perverted thing I've ever seen. It's weird.
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Pete Buttigieg.
That was an intentional verbal slip, I think.
That is right.
Pete Buttigieg.
I like it.
How do you say his name that wrong?
I kind of like Chuck Schumer.
You have something for the New Yorkers.
I've run into Schumer at like a bunch of different events because he shows up to everything. He glad hands. I don't think he has very strong convictions. I would marry Chuck Schumer. You would have good conversations with Chuck Schumer.
Oh, I have such contempt for Chuck Schumer.
But what are you going to do? You're going to talk to, hi, hey there. Hi, I'm Pete. Hey,
No.
buddy. Let me
I
tell you about
the-
McKinsey.
Like I say, legitimately the only reason that I even had.
That was unironically a good. That was a good Pete Buttigieg impression, though. That might have been the peak of Michael Knowles' acting career right there.
Hesitate here is because Chuck Schumer with his whole fake Jewish stuff makes me nauseous. So it's
Fair. Wait, what? I'm sorry, Chuck Schumer is a fake Jew? What? This keeps taking so many turns. Ben, what?
the same for you if there was somebody who proclaimed that they were a deeply observant Catholic.
Like Joe Biden.
Like Joe Biden, right. Like Pelosi, I'll go marry Pelosi for the same reason that you used earlier with Matthews, but actually...
Unironically, like... Michael Knowles probably thinks that the Pope is a fake Catholic.
With Pelosi. How old is she? And she's super rich.
She is super rich.
She's super rich.
Sugar
Not
mama.
as, she was less
Government
rich when
must
she
pay
joined
well.
Congress. She's
Yeah.
much more rich now.
I would love for Ben to... I'm still hung up on this. I would love for Ben to elaborate on how Chuck Schumer is fake Jewish.
She could teach you how to trade stocks.
Correct.
She could, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So, no, okay, I get it. I get it.
Right? So now you're friends with Schumer, and you're marrying Pelosi, and you're canceling Buttigieg, which I feel like is kind of worse.
You might have
outcome.
convinced me
At
too,
least,
because
unlike Chuck Schumer, you didn't have to make up a fake couple who hasn't voted for the Dems in 12 years to use whenever possible to represent AVGPPL.
Indeed. You don't have to invent invisible friends to avoid talking with your voters.
you'd have to, if you had the option to cancel Buttigieg, you'd have to take it because he was obviously created in a petri dish at Langley in the CIA. So that man, you know, you got to get him before he gets you. And then you kind of convinced me on the Pelosi thing. Break open a nice full-bodied cab.
Also, she has a
Watch
level of
Netflix.
contempt for the Utes that I kind of admire.
Yeah.
Like every so
Okay.
often there'll be a Ute who gets in her way, and she'll just steamroll the Ute. It's like when Dianne Feinstein had all those kids in her office. Dianne Feinstein
Santa does not exist.
Dunking on all the kids. All these little environmentalist kids. Like,
How old are 16. You? I can't
You didn't vote for me.
Well,
it was great.
The sun monster won't kill you. Yeah, okay. You kind of convinced me, except then I gotta do weird stuff with Chuck Schumer, right? Or unless it's just friends.
Only you are.
Michael Knowles is not beating the gay allegations anytime soon.
Are clinging to the with benefits
Oh,
here.
good.
in this
Okay.
game.
Oh, good. Then I'll be friends with Chuck Schumer, and I'll
Yeah,
get
exactly.
Pelosi's money, and then I don't need to worry about the CIA breathing down my neck. Okay.
Phil says he can't grill. He can't cook for you.
He can't. That's true.
Yeah,
he
that's
can't.
accurate.
You'll get E. coli.
If you're a homeowner, you need to listen to this.
All right. Well, okay. This is so much more uncomfortable than I thought it would be, and I already thought it was going to be incredibly uncomfortable.
Promo code Shapiro.
Moving on, number 4. Gavin Newsom, Cory Booker, and Kamala Harris. Little 2028 edition.
Kamala's out. I cancel Kamala.
Bye.
I can't bear it. I can't bear it. Even though she had good political insight when she said you didn't fall out of a coconut tree. That's actually deeply conservative political philosophy.
She talked about NASA.
You know, I would marry Gavin Newsom so I can become the ambassador to Greece. So I guess I'm buddies with Booker.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
exactly.
fine. All right.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Booker off screen is probably fine to hang out with. So but probably friends with Booker. And then
Come on, marry Gavin.
What an incredible indictment on Cory Booker, though, right? What an incredible, like, man. If you're someone that these guys want to hang out with,
no, actually, I'm gonna say marry Kamala, and well, yeah, he will cheat on you for sure. But I'll say marry Kamala because I've heard she makes an incredible brisket.
She loves Hanukkah.
I told that she makes a great brisket, and
just an incredibly juicy, wet brisket. Something that Ben could only dream of.
You're more likely to go to synagogue after marrying her than before, is what I heard from Doug Emhoff. Wow. And in the end, you can just separate from her and live in a completely different city.
Is that true? Is that tea? I didn't hear that tea.
She's in California, and he is in New York. Is what I have heard.
Down, Dirty Doug, you know, getting back to his old tricks. Okay.
I like this next one. Bernie Sanders, Liz Cheney, or Elizabeth Warren?
Wow, Liz Cheney, that is a name I've not heard in a long time. Both Warren and Bernie, really, I get a kick out of.
I hate Bernie with the fiery passion of 1,000 Bernie.
Isn't he kind of
Oh, God. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is basically everything that Ben Shapiro hates about other human beings, all consolidated into one person.
Cute, though? He's kind of cute. He's like
Bernie, he's the worst. Bernie is the worst humanity has to offer. Bernie is a truly evil, horrifying person.
Do you really?
Oh my God, what? The worst humanity has to offer is Bernie Sanders? What about, I don't know, Stalin, Hitler? Dude, there are so many worse people. Genghis Khan's, like, horde built skull pyramids. What are you talking about? No, they all pale in comparison to the old, that old man who wants to give everyone health care. How dare he? He's the worst, wanting more people to live.
He's masquerading as this avuncular, nice guy.
He's avuncular. The guy's like 150 years old. He hasn't learned a thing in his life.
But Chuck Schumer is the fake Jew, not Bernie.
I mean, I imagine that's part of, like, Ben Shapiro thinks Bernie's like the fakest Jewish person, and I don't know if he's gonna come right out and say it, but, like, damn, like, Ben Shapiro, with his, like, claim to be able to, like, discern who is a real Jew and who's a fake Jew, it's unironically some of the most anti-Semitic stuff I've seen, like, covering politics. It's crazy. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
I mean, if he's a muncular, he is your loser uncle who's been mooching off the family your entire life.
Hey, he's a millionaire. What do you mean mooching? He's a millionaire.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. I actually know Elizabeth Warren, right? She was a professor at Harvard Law School.
Right.
You could bring her back to the right side of history.
She used to be interesting. The Two Income Trap is an interesting book that she wrote in the early 2000s. So there's a part of her where we can draw her back to the light side of the force, perhaps. Liz Cheney, on the list of horribles, Liz Cheney is not on my top 100 of list of horribles. If you list those 3 people and you ask which one of them I'm most likely to agree with, probably her, but not like 90%, like 40%.
The thing is, when she made her move to leave the GOP, effectively, she was still like 85%, 90%.
Yeah, exactly. Like her voting record was mostly with Trump.
Yeah. You know, once these people make that decision, then their ideology has to catch up.
Right. Exactly. Then you turn into Bill Kristol, proclaiming that trans women are women.
Yeah. I guess, you know, I've got a softer spot for Bernie.
Again, it's you and the New Yorkers. It's you. Everybody who has roots in New York.
Yeah. I love the accent. I could be buddies with Bernie, and I'd marry Liz Cheney. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to meet Dick at some point.
Go hunting with him.
Yeah.
I bet you'd like to meet Dick at some point, Michael. I bet. And I know that was a low-hanging fruit joke, but, you know, I had to take it.
When he was dark Dick Cheney,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
when they were
I
making
know.
movies about how he was...
When he was dark Dick Cheney? What? Listen to yourselves!
the font head of all evil.
Yes.
I was like very into that. That was cool. And then when it turned into, I don't like Donald Trump because he's a big meanie.
Yes.
Ah, really? We're doing this?
No,
This
I know.
routine? Really?
So then that means I guess I gotta kill Liawatha.
Yeah.
No,
Bye.
all right.
All right, guys, last one. Joe Biden, Barack Obama, or Big Mike. I mean, you know. Michelle.
Dude, they're still like pushing like the Michelle Obama is a man line. It's crazy. Like this was some like even in like 2009, this was some like bottom tier like tabloid trash.
Michael Knowles has long had dreams of ***** shooting him in the face over and over and over.
Yeah, he watches that press conference and is just like, it could have been me. It could have been me.
She's out. She's out for sure.
She's
Yeah, I
canceled
agree.
She's
right
out.
away.
Yeah, cancel.
Yeah.
Yeah, cancel.
I
I'm with
think.
you.
Can I say so? Look, I'd marry.
Wait, they want to in their game for no reason whatsoever they kill Michelle Obama. Why? They don't even explain their reasoning. Is it literally because like they're afraid like people in the comments are gonna be saying like they want to have sex with like a trans woman? That's nuts.
That confidence belies a love of bu cocky.
A valiant effort, Sake Tanuki, to subvert the text-to-speech. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Biden because it'd
He's
be
dead.
closer to being a valid Catholic marriage. Not quite there, but and you know, I hear his returns from Ukraine and China are really great. So again, be good for the portfolio.
Also, again, if you're talking life expectancy.
Life expectancy is negative now.
Yes.
And I'll say,
Wow, they both want to fuck Obama. I mean, that's not... I guess that's not surprising.
I bet I could have a fun lunch with Barack Obama. He'd be kind of interesting to talk to. He's wrong about everything. He'd be kind of a feed about it. But I don't know. He's not like a dumb guy.
No, I feel like you're right for one lunch, and then the second lunch would be terrible. Right? Because like at the surface level, he would be like, yeah, let's talk basketball. Let's do it.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about all the things we like together. You went to Harvard Law. I went to Harvard Law. Together we went to Harvard Law. And then you'd scratch the surface and he'd be like, free Palestine. But,
Yeah.
oh God.
Well, clearly there are no winners in this game, but it was fun. I
It
think.
was fun. Marrying
Was it fun? What are the like what is the Oh fuck, dude. So I was like, what is the view count like on this? Bench Bureau has 7.2 million subscribers. This has been uploaded for 3 days and it only has 59,000 views.
Anil Su X.
Holy shit, people did not care for this. Oh my god. Oh my god. You need to do more of this. I don't think they will be. Best duo in politics, Shapiro Knowles 2028. Damn, guys.
Pelosi would be smart. I think that's the main takeaway.
That's the smart takeaway.
We should marry Pelosi.
Yeah, Ben, I've never heard you talk about Pelosi and not go
Nancy Pelosi.
so gross.
Yeah, that was really gross. Please.
Moving about.
So unpleasant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that sums up the video in a nutshell. It was indeed so unpleasant.
Congratulations, you survived a clip from Ben After Dark. Ready to keep spiraling? Click the link. I'll be there saying something I'm probably not supposed to. Ready to keep spiraling? Click the link. I'll be
Ready to keep spiraling is maybe not the thing you want to say to people who have watched your entire video. Because, like, it just kind of implies that anyone who's watching your shit is at a really bad place in their life. Oh man, you watched this piece of shit video, huh? Make sure to subscribe and like it so that, you know, you can continue to have your life suck a little bit more. Like, Jesus, dude. Whew, boy. I don't even have I don't even have a way to close that out. I thought that maybe this would be something to laugh at, but mainly this was just like unadulterated cringe in a painful, embarrassing way. Like it makes like I already had no respect for anyone on this show, but like we've somehow reached a deeper level of lacking respect. Oh god. I wasn't drunk enough for this stream. Yeah, you and me both. Damn. Was that real? That was, in fact, real. That was real. God. Dorito liquor? I'm gonna save that for my new studio. Oof, excuse me. Okay. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe, everybody. Okay, you guys ready for, like... You guys ready for, just a quick segment about political corruption? We'll talk about political corruption. We're gonna... you know what, I'll just mention that. Not really a segment, but worth mentioning. So folks, as many of you may know, the UK passed a new law that basically requires age verification in order to use most of the internet. And one of the organizations fighting this law in the UK courts was in fact Wikipedia. And they got bad news, everybody. Wikipedia has lost their legal challenge in the UK. So, congrats, UK citizens. You are soon going to be age-gated out of being able to use Wikipedia. So, I don't know. You might have to do something about that bullshit government you guys got, 'cause like, it's asinine. And I say that while also living under one of the most asinine regimes currently on the planet. Not age-gated, ID-gated. Yeah. Good thing my MySpace says I was 99, 2006, yeah. Yeah, vegan, Godspeed the new party that formed in the UK. I hope Corbyn's got the juice. Wikipedia does contain truly dangerous claims about the origin of sponge cake. Those WikiHow diagrams. Yeah, a lot of the people protesting this in the UK are getting arrested. Hello, Anti-Rhapsody. The YouTube changes coming along sound so dumb, like my account on that site is 20 years old. I don't even know what they're doing on YouTube, but like, ugh. This deal keeps getting worse all the time. Aw, thanks, Anti-Rhapsody. How the fuck are the Brits being more theocratic than us? I don't even think it's theocracy in the UK situation, Konami the Alpha. It's less that and more just like, as far as I can tell, anti-trans hysteria has rotted the brains of a lot of people in the UK. The complete and utter collapse of the Conservative Party in the UK allowed the Labour government to become the Conservative government. And they were all too happy to oblige. Really, really sucks. How the fuck did Labour manage to be so terrible? I mean, I imagine it's the same situation as in the United States, right? Like, political donations capture a political party, and the second that they can go more conservative, they do. It's how capital, like, buys favors in all democratic contexts. It's why capitalism is unsustainable. At least in a democratic context. All right. Well, hey. Folks, we gotta talk a little bit about political corruption. It's this hot new thing. All of the speakers of the House are doing it. And by all of them, I mean specifically this one. Look at that. It's Mike Johnson, everyone. It appears that he has been incestuously paying other members of the conservative movement for his housing with the use of his campaign funds. And I mean, it's not a huge amount. It's $15,000, and in the grand scheme of things, that's small. But like, it's pretty interesting, right? Like, just take a look here. The formal complaint lodged by the Campaign Legal Center came just months after the House Speaker moved to a new home in the capital city following reports that he'd been living alongside an evangelical pastor in a townhouse owned by a major Republican donor. Because, if you'll all recall here, Mike Johnson was living in a house that was owned by an evangelical, like, megachurch pastor who was essentially renting it to him for free. And what Mike Johnson, of course, was like, no, it's not affecting how I legislate at all. Of course not. This is just my best friend ever, and he's doing me a favor, teehee. Well, those allegations about how strange that was and how, hey, that looks pretty effing corrupt, got him to move, and so, of course, he moved into a brand new house owned by another Republican. The watchdog group, in its FEC complaint filed Wednesday, pointed to 5 $2,500 disbursements from Johnson's campaign account since March, which were titled Rent and totaled over $12,000. The funds were directed to a company called Green Properties, located in Vista, California, and owned by California Representative Darrell Issa. That's so strange. Is Mike Johnson the same guy who has his porn usage monitored by his own son? First true virgin. Yes, it's the same guy. Thank you for the 500 biddies. So, yeah, basically, he is using money that was donated to his personal political campaign in order to pay for his own housing. And that money is going to one of his political allies. Seems pretty bizarre, in fact. Pretty odd. This is effectively a way to funnel campaign funds into another politician's, like, personal finances.
Oh my god, they were roommates.
They were indeed roommates, Spitfire. Thank you for the $10 Australian.
Relax, guy. There's nothing to see here, buddy.
Indeed, friend. Socket Dinner, get there for the 2 tier 1 subs. Hey, Tipster, hope you're doing all right. But, yeah, it turns out there's a whole kind of scam that gets run in these political circles. Because a lot of political people own properties in Washington, D.C., and they're all too happy to rent them out to other politicians. It becomes like this way to launder money. And people are pretty familiar with it because, hey, it happens all the time. Like this. Clarence Thomas's lawyer says a billionaire bought his mom's house because it was in a blighted neighborhood full of junkies, and they wanted to help her keep living there. You know, when a Supreme Court justice just has his mom living for free because a billionaire decided to buy her house to help her. But it's not, don't worry, it's not a political contribution. It would have no bearing on his judgments on the Supreme Court whatsoever. If something, say, negatively impacted the man who's allowing his mom to live in her house. Again, this is just happening all the time. All the time. It's not even subtle. It's done out in the open, right? And there really does need to be more laws. There need to be more laws against this. This is just from last year. Political spending tops $1.8 million at Trump properties this cycle. That's $1.8 million that political campaigns gave to Trump's businesses. That is a way of laundering campaign funds into personal funds. And it's not okay. Like, our political process is deeply corrupt, and this is by design. It is by design this way, because capital seeks to hold increasingly more leverage over the political class in this country. The entire purpose of this is to buy political favors. It is to, both between politicians, between lobbying groups and politicians, between private citizens and politicians.
The GOP opposes handouts. Unless you're a Supreme Court justice.
Unless you're a Supreme Court justice or already, like, a billionaire. If you're a billionaire, you're going to get so many handouts. You're going to get handouts you never even asked for, simply because you were on that end of the capital spectrum. Like, it is absurd and disgusting. I just... Worth noting that, for whatever reason, no one seems to care that the current Speaker of the House is funneling his campaign contributions to another Republican And no one seems to care. No one seems to care. Not a big story, not a scandal. Again, the media has been captured by by capital. Simply put, it has been captured by capital, and capital now owns the strings of both media and the political elite. And that's scary. That is a scary component of everything that is happening right now as the United States descends into fascism. Right? And it's something we need to keep pointing out, I think. I think it's important to keep pointing that out. Because if we don't, it becomes more normalized, becomes less examined. And we can't allow that. If we want our democracy to persist, like, we have to attack this with everything we've got. In a normal time, under normal circumstances, this is the kind of scandal that would get, like, a House Speaker to step down or to, like, be ousted. But these are not normal times. So, keep being loud about injustice, folks. And honestly, consider calling your House reps. See if they're willing to start making it an issue. Because again, as we have seen, when people in Congress decide to make something an issue, weirdly, it's like the media responds to that. So bizarre. So call your representatives and see what they can do. Keep bitching, it's the only way. Unironically. Also, Riley Ray, I need your help. I'm really drunk. I'm not feeling very politically literate right now, but you remain politically literate when you're drunk. What's your secret? I mean, my secret is that I hold my liquor pretty well. Really drunk and it's my first time being drunk? Well, Riley Ray, I would suggest you pace yourself and drink a really big glass of water. Boo. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba. That in practice? I mean, don't get too much practice. Oh yeah, also make sure you're not doing it on an empty stomach. All right. Folks, is that what you're humming? Yeah. We've been going for about an hour. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because, folks, you guys make this show possible, and fuck, is it really, really difficult to be possible as a political commentator in this, in these trying times. So, folks, gotta talk about this a little bit. Republicans are trying to destroy the institution of marriage. I know, it's shocking. They consider themselves defenders of marriage, but they're actually right now spearheading a case to try and destroy the institution of marriage. And it's disturbing. All of this is coming from a woman named Kim Davis, who about 10 years ago said that she would not, in fact, issue marriage licenses to married couples because it violated her religious beliefs. Now, she was but a simple county clerk, but she said, nope, it is my religious belief that these people should not be married, and therefore I will not allow them to have marriage licenses. And again, it might maybe surprise you to find that the reason she didn't think that these people deserved to be able to get married is because they were gay. She religiously opposed to their marriage because they were they were men. And what's interesting about that is, again, where do you draw the line for that? Do you draw the line for people who got married at a mosque? A synagogue? Do you not validate the marriages?
It's been a hot minute, and yeah, the times are trying. Time to bring on the BWA.
Hell yeah, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and thank you for helping to invent the internet. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. But where do you draw the line? Because, again, she's coming at it from a very Christian worldview. And that Christian worldview is essentially that the only real marriages are marriages before God. But specifically the Christian God. So, do marriages not performed by some kind of Christian priest count? What sorts of denominations are real Christians? Also worth noting that Christians would refuse to marry couples who were of different racial backgrounds once upon a time based on their religious beliefs. So, for a whole host of reasons, it does not make sense to give a clerk the ability to unilaterally deny issuing a marriage license to a couple, right? We don't live in a theocracy. We don't have a state religion. To say that one person should be able to dictate whether or not people get married is ridiculous. The only person who should be able to dictate who gets married is obviously Chapel Rowan. And without her input, of course, it's between the two people who in question who are getting married. And one of the things that I gotta throw out there is her argument is that her free speech rights were violated, right? Because she was forced to marry these people. And that's not how it works if you're like a government employee. You are a manifestation of the state as an employee of the government. Meaning that what you do is what the government does. And therefore, you are bound to treat citizens as the government is bound to treat citizens. Not by what you, the individual citizen, want to do. But in a disturbing turn, and I'm just going to bring this up from ABC News here, More fundamentally, she claims the High Court's decision in Obergefell v. Hodges extends marriage rights for same-sex couples under the 14th Amendment's due process protections was egregiously wrong. The mistake must be corrected, wrote Davis's attorney Matthew Staver in the petition. He calls Justice Anthony Kennedy's majority opinion in Obergefell legal fiction. Now, I do want to point out that one of the reasons that Kim Davis has continued to fight this for the past decade is because, well, a jury said that she needed to award the couple that was affected by her actions $100,000. And she also had to pay $260,000 for attorney fees. And she's not very happy about that. So she's been fighting this for years now, all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the reason it's had to go all the way up to the Supreme Court is because time after time after time, she keeps getting knocked down because there's no merit to her case. Here's an example. Lower courts have dismissed Davis's claims, and most legal experts consider her bid a long shot. A federal appeals court panel concluded earlier this year that the former clerk cannot raise the First Amendment as a defense because she is being held liable for state action, which the First Amendment does not protect. So, yeah, turns out if you are acting on behalf of the state, you don't in fact have First Amendment protections to say, no, I'm not going to do something that the state is mandated to do. So, this is scary, especially with this particular Supreme Court. Not gonna lie. That being said, it is unlikely to gain much traction with the court. So this is a petition. It does not necessarily mean that it is going to be taken up by the court. It's merely that someone has formally asked the court to take it up. And it also doesn't seem likely that the court is going to overturn it, given the makeup of the court. There are two firm believers on the Supreme Court right now in the fascist state building project. But, yeah, it's still scary, you know. Amy Coney Barrett, surprisingly, has indicated that she does not want to take up this issue. Brett Kavanaugh, again, somewhat surprisingly, has indicated he doesn't want to take up this issue. And I even believe Neil Gorsuch has weirdly had a somewhat decent track record when it comes to LGBTQ issues. Yeah, Alito and Thomas are fascists to the core, you know. But I would say it is worth being nervous about this. It's worth paying attention to this. I would caution you against like having a complete breakdown. Because I know for a lot of LGBTQ people, like, this is scary. It's scary as hell. And so I'm trying to say that, like, while this is bad, it is not quite as bad as it could be, at least on this particular issue. And also, you have to keep in mind, it would be a colossal pain in the ass for them to try and undo this. It'd be a colossal pain in the ass. So, scary? Yes. An imminent threat? Not necessarily. But I'll keep paying attention to this and let you know if things take a turn for the worse. my big fear is that someone bigger than her is going to use her case to roll back Obergefell. Yeah, but again, it needs, in order to roll back Obergefell, one would need the Supreme Court to take up this case in the first place, and I don't think they're going to do that. Dead Domain, thank you very, very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. And hope you all had a great stream with Dead Domain. You lovely, lovely beans. And hope it was good. And thank you so much. Folks, go follow Dead Domain. Great content creator. They're the best. So, yeah. Anyway, I hope that that all cleared up my thoughts on this. Yeah, and it is somewhat worrying. I'll just add that the Republican moment has been so effective at lowering support for LGBTQ rights over the last 4 years. I think back in 2020, like, support overall was at like 70%. Now it's down to 60% overall. And among Republicans, it went from being like 55% to like 40%. It's not great, you know? But I do think it is still popular enough, and it is still entrenched. It is now entrenched enough in the bureaucratic processes of this country that I think it will cause even some of the more conservative members of the court to balk at trying to overturn that. Hey, admin.
My religion has gay marriage. Saying that we have to renounce our rights and beliefs is the opposite of freedom of religion.
Indeed. You are 100% correct, Nomi Sunrider. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciated. Oh, God. Never stopped Republicans from doing extremely unpopular things before. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. This is just my take. It's just my take. Is marriage equality different from Roe because this is not viewed as morally gray to normies? It's clear cut that marriage equality is about two adults. I mean, it's different from Roe in a sense. Hello, Danger Days. Militant gays? More like militant everyone, you know? Your suggestions for normie Dem relatives? I kept saying Dems need an emotional leader to focus on, but the establishment Dems keep shooting down everyone vaguely left of center, let alone anyone passionate. Well then, I understand that that's the case. Burn the establishment to the ground. Like, yeah. If we must march across the broken and burned political careers of every single establishment Democrat, so be it. Like, I'm sorry, it's kind of like a do or die situation. You know? If you need to show up to every single, like, local Democratic meeting and shout down and bully liberals until they stop showing up, like, yeah, do what you gotta do. You gotta start marching. Get your shoes on. Logan Hill, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate that. I mean, Thistle Fries, I don't think normies are mad. I don't think normies are mad about Mamdani. I think normies generally like what Zoran Mamdani has to say. Hence why he's popular, you know? Like, I think normies like him. I think that there are also just a lot of normies who don't... there are a lot of normies who just don't understand politics. You know, they vaguely follow it, but they don't really understand it, you know? Like, frankly, like my mom. My mom is a normie. She's 74 years old. She didn't understand a year ago why people didn't like Hillary Clinton. Now she understands very well why people hate Chuck Schumer, for example. Because Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries aren't doing shit. You know? She gets it. She's a normie right now. And she gets it. I'm okay with that myself, working on doing my part, wondering how to convert him. I mean, my argument would be to point out that... point out the inaction of the Democratic establishment. Like, point out the fact that they are doing nothing. And they are saying that they're doing nothing. Like, they're agreeing with James Carville. The plans they're putting forward are limp-dicked at best. You know? I did not shoot bang. Not to ignore this being a problem, but do you think to some extent this Kim Davis stuff is red meat for fascists? Hopefully SCOTUS ghosts... I mean, I hope that SCOTUS ghosts it. And I think it can be all of the above. I think it can be red meat for the fascists. I think it can be self-serving for Kim Davis. I think it can be also that SCOTUS just really doesn't want to fucking deal with that. And, like, it can be all the above. Yes, my mom is 74. Maybe 72. It's either 74 or 72. Carville is having several meltdowns right now. Hopefully it's an indicator that it's his time. I did not click the button to indicate the end of stream. Sorry. Sorry, editor. Sorry. Sorry, K-Fox. I'll just click it now. Okay. Folks, we've been going for an hour and a half. If you're enjoying the stream, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, click the goddamn button, and consider supporting stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You know, look, this stream does not float. Wait, no, the stream doesn't flow without your support. There we go. Nailed it. Nailed it! Because we're on a riverboat, and we rely on... It makes sense. It's fitting. There we go. Can't believe it took me this long. Oh, I can't watch that right now, shoot bang, but I'll watch it later. Click. Thank you. Okay, let's talk about Jeffrey Epstein, huh? We got things to talk about. Stop voting on random people to rule you. No kings. Hanson, I don't think you understand democracy as a concept. I'm now chatting. Hell yeah, painted blue. Unless you're an anarchist, in which case I respect that. But also, stop being a dumbass about it. Wait, this isn't a fishing channel? Not yet. Quasi-Spec, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. I don't know why it didn't pop up on screen, though. I join stream. I like stream. Hell yeah. It's a representative democracy. Yes. That is, in fact, a democracy. Hence the second part of the title, democracy. Let's see. I would never vote on a representative democracy. Okay. Then this is a stream about representative democratic politics. What are you doing here? Can you give us a hint of what the new setup will look like? I mean, it's going to be a room. It's going to have like a bookcase right here. It's going to have you'll probably be able to see like a little hexagon table behind me. You'll see like my floor lamp that you used to see behind me again with pictures on the wall behind me. There'll be a little hexagon table, probably with like maybe like a fan or something on top of it. I forget what I was gonna put on top. Maybe like a mini fridge. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna have like mood lighting. It'll be good. Great stream. Thanks, Ashley. You get good sleep. Malachi! Miss Gender Lynn! Hello! Will the mannequins still be there? I mean, they'll still be exactly where they are. They just won't be in the room with me. You said democracy before? That has over 1,000 meanings? Yeah, I'm talking about democracy in the American context, you numbnuts. Sorry, do I need to spoon feed you the context? Do I need to do that? Jesus. Did you wrong a gravedigger at some point in your life and they just smashed your balls all the way up into your brain? Is that what happened? I get the feeling that that's what happened. Let's see. You know, lots of action figures in manga. I mean, there are going to be books on the bookcase. What I miss? You missed a couple of segments, but we're going to be talking about Jeffrey Epstein in a moment. What about the donut ghost? Did it follow you to the new place? Why, yes, it did. It's in that door right there. It'll come get me soon.
Will you have one of those fake gloves that technically works but is actually an alcohol storage place?
What is a fake glove that technically works but is also a I need an example of this. Like, are you saying like I would have like a glove that is like filled with fluid and then I just like, yep, I don't know what's happening today. Like what? A glove minibar? Like a camel pack, but for your hand. Yeah. really want to get more involved in my local government, but unfortunately I'm not allowed to run for any partisan political offices because of my job, federal job. I can still be loud and annoying as fuck, though. Well, Quinn Decker, if you want to get more involved with your local government without holding office, you can still organize with your local Dems or your local DSA or your local Working Families Party. I believe you can still like organize or volunteer to like knock doors and phone bank and such, help plan, etc., even without holding a formal office. Each finger has a different shot in it. Yeah, just like, that's the stuff.
Fake globe.
Fake. Oh, a fake globe. That makes way more sense. That makes way more sense, Sake Tanuki. And no, probably not a fake globe with alcohol in it. The thumb has the chaser. Oh god. I adore you guys, and I also adore your typos. You're amazing and incredible, Shimp. And Shimp together strong. Go gadget alcohol. Yeah, we need a Batman, but for alcohol, you know? Just every gadget is powered by booze. Yeah, none of us even... Archangel, none of us even for a goddamn second was like, oh, it's just a typo. Sake Tanuki meant a fake globe. No, we all just ran with fake glove with alcohol in it. That's awesome, Quinn Decker. If you want to, like, get connected with either your local DSA or your local Dems, you can join our Discord. Just type !Discord in the chat. And once you're in the Discord, you can message Gamergy to help get you set up with DSA. And you can message Dragonfly to help you get set up with the Democrats. I'm finger-licking drunk. Okay, alright. Okay, we're doing a segment. You guys can't stop me forever. Alright? Here we go. So, folks, there's this man named Donald J. Trump, and he's been doing everything in his power to distract from the fact that for over a decade, his best friend was one Jeffrey Epstein, one of the world's most prolific sex traffickers and child predators. And, well, things just keep getting weirder, stranger, more bizarre. And earlier today, a judge basically slapped down one of the strategies that Trump was trying to pursue, which was to get the Department of Justice to petition for the grand jury records to be open to the public from the Ghislaine Maxwell case. And for those of you who don't know, Ghislaine Maxwell was Jeffrey Epstein's partner and also the person who groomed children for Jeffrey Epstein to molest and also traffic to other rich, powerful men. Now, why is it interesting that a judge smacked down this attempt? Why was the attempt even being made if Donald Trump, as he seems to be, was afraid of being implicated by the Epstein files? Well, what's interesting about it is that largely everyone kind of agrees that there's not going to be anything in the grand jury records about this. It's not like everything that is in the records is not really going to implicate Donald Trump, because the grand jury is convened to talk about the person who is the subject of the grand jury. So it's all going to be related to Ghislaine Maxwell. And also it's bizarre because the government already has all of the stuff, all of the files, all of the evidence that they collected from Jeffrey Epstein's estate. You know, in a past video on this subject, we went through the pages and pages of itemized things that were taken from Jeffrey Epstein's estate that would include information about who he was doing dealings with. You know, we're talking like terabytes upon terabytes upon terabytes of information obtained by the FBI. We also know that the FBI put people on like 24-hour, 48-hour long shifts to go through all of this material to find out what they could release to the public. So we know that they already have this. We know that the large amount of it was already sorted through. So what possible use is it to unseal these grand jury records? Well, that's part of what's interesting here, right? 10 hours ago, a judge's brutal rebuke of Trump's Epstein gambit. Let's see here. On Monday, a key moment arrived, confirmation that the administration's big initial move towards supposed transparency was in fact a smokescreen. Trump's first effort to quell the building backlash was to push for the unsealing of grand jury testimony in the Epstein and Maxwell cases. But even at the time, experts cautioned how limited a step this appeared to be. A judge has now rejected that push in the Maxwell case, but what's key here is his reasoning. It's not that the information is too sensitive, as some wagered it might be. It's that it simply isn't new. In other words, the White House's first big move towards shedding light was trying to release documents that don't do that at all. And the thrust of Judge Paul Engelmeyer's ruling is that this indeed looks for all intents and purposes like that smokescreen. Quote, the administration's entire premise that the Maxwell grand jury materials would bring to light meaningful new information about Epstein's and Maxwell's crimes, or the government's investigation into them, is demonstrably false. He said he asked the administration to identify what information would be new, but it highlighted only scattered words, clauses, and occasional sentences. The judge also said in a footnote that even some of that limited highlighted information was already covered by public testimony at Maxwell's trial. Engelmeyer said those familiar with the case would thus learn next to nothing new, and that the information contains no details about anyone besides Epstein and Maxwell having sex with a minor, any supposed clients of Epstein's, any unknown means or methods of Epstein's and Maxwell's crimes, any new places where the crimes occurred, the path of the government's investigation, anything about the circumstances of Epstein's death. In other words, the materials contain basically nothing of interest on the key points that animate those who want to know more about the Epstein files. Which is pretty interesting. And, well, I mean, we kind of already knew that, but it's nice that a judge looking at all this information basically said, yeah, you guys are full of shit, I'm not doing this. So, where does that leave us? Well, it leaves us with a pretty interesting situation that's been unfolding, which is that Donald Trump's former personal defense attorney met with Ghislaine Maxwell for 2 days, after which they immediately moved her to a new location at a lower security prison. And she then put out a statement saying that, oh, I don't know anything about Donald Trump being in the Epstein files. And that the deal was done. That's kind of strange, right? Should raise some questions. Because Ghislaine Maxwell isn't just someone who set children up to be molested. She also sexually abused children. She was there helping Epstein do that in the moment. So it does raise some questions why, out of the blue, after she's already been sentenced, after she's already in her prison, doing her prison time, that Donald Trump sends the second most powerful lawyer in the country to talk with her personally for 2 days. And that lawyer also happened to be his former defense attorney. That's real weird. We also have him on record saying that, well, he had to make sure that she had nothing else to say that would be inconvenient to anyone. Damaging. Unnecessarily damaging to anyone. Yeah, this is a little bit sussy, to say the least. And I have some new details, according to, again, Mueller, she wrote, so take it with a grain of salt. But Mueller, she wrote, managed to get information on Maxwell's current conditions.
18 months. 18 months.
Stone Corbell, thank you very much for being subscribed for 18 months. Appreciate it. So, today we learned from Adam Klasfeld at All Rise News that Senator Whitehouse has penned a letter to the director of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, William Marshall, demanding answers surrounding the redesignation and transfer of convicted serial sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell to a minimum security facility. That's interesting. As part of his inquiry, Senator Whitehouse is demanding documents from the BOP involving... Okay. According to a report I have reviewed, provided by a source who wishes to remain anonymous, I can reveal some of the information requested in numbers 5 through 7 of Senator Whitehouse's letter. According to a source, Maxwell's transfer code is 308, Lesser Security Transfer. This transfer code is normally reserved for inmates whose point total has come down, but sex offenders are never transferred to minimum security facilities. Her security point score is 27. This total is comprised of 20-point custody score and a 7-point base score. Here is her 20-point custody score. She has a 7-point base score, which is the highest severity because of her sex offender status. Despite her score of 27 resulting in a minimum security level, Bureau of Prisons policy does not allow people with a sex offender PSF, public safety factor, to serve their sentences in minimum security facilities. Someone has to waive the PSF to make that move. As you can see here, her management variable says PSF WAV, and her PSF is sex offender. This indicates that she is a threat to the public because of her sex offender status, and her management variable of PSF WAV indicates her sex offender status has been waived in order to facilitate her move to a minimum security facility. What stands out here is the custody level out, which allows her to leave the minimum security campus for work assignments, much like Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to leave prison as part of the sweetheart deal he got from Alex Acosta that was penned by Alan Dershowitz. So, they're literally going to let her out of prison. So she has gone from being in a, she's gone from being in prison to now they're going to let they're going to let a sex offender, someone who raped children, out. And you gotta wonder, why? Why? What on earth could cause the President of the United States to send his personal lackey to this woman who is currently convicted and serving her time for raping children? What could possibly be the motive there? Only to have her transferred to one of the least secure facilities with a pass to get out of jail.
Welcome to your first night being a security guard at a minimum security facility watching an important prisoner. Watch the power levels and security cam till 6.
It's honestly shocking. I mean, well, I don't even know how to process this, but Socket the Nuke, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Now, just want to throw this out there. It does seem like conservatives just are kind of getting over it a little bit. Kind of seems like conservatives have really moved on past the whole caring about children being raped thing. Here's Harry Enton on CNN.
Trying to shift the narrative and blame Democrats.
I laugh at the Democrats who are now all of a sudden so interested in the Epstein files. For 4 years, Joe Biden and the Democrats did absolutely nothing about this story.
Yeah, so maybe it's time for J.D. Vance to do something about that story, huh?
And there are new numbers this morning showing something of a shift in how Americans are feeling about this. Harry Enton, here to help. What are you seeing in these numbers?
Yeah, I would say that this is from at least a political...
Just real quick, not super important, just a minor gripe here. Harry, what the fuck is up with your shoes, man? You have like a nice presentation here, and then you're going with like tan suede shoes? What's up with that? This outfit deserves better shoes, man.
Harry Enton, here to help. What are you seeing in these numbers?
Yeah, I would say that this is from at least a political point of view quickly turning into a dud of a story. What am I talking about here?
Which is wild.
Which is wild.
This has been for 3 weeks.
Exactly. Now. Take a look here. Google searches for Epstein down 89% versus just 3 weeks ago, falling through the floor. It is no longer the top term searched alongside Donald Trump's name. That's been trading off between Taros and Vladimir Putin, with obviously the meeting coming up later this week.
Nah, I think we need to keep talking about how the president is likely a child rapist.
But at this particular point, the American people's interest in this story, it's quickly becoming something of a nothing burger.
So out of sight, out of mind, maybe, is applying here a little bit. But has it impacted, have you seen numbers that have this has impacted Trump's popularity, favorability, anything?
No, not really. I mean, take a look here. Let's take a look at the overall numbers. Trump's approval rating in July of 2025, it was 45%. It's still well within that margin of error here at 44%, and you compare that to where he was in his first term at this point. He was at 37%, so he's 7 points higher, very much in a different political universe now, significantly higher in terms of his overall approval rating than he was at this point in his first term, and more than that among...
I mean, I gotta say, the cult of personality is stronger, you know? The cult of personality is stronger. Now, I will also throw out there that, like, I think when the tariffs really start hitting, I think that number is going to plummet. Right now, a lot of those Trump supporters are watching Fox News and they're just going, yeah, things are still fine. Things are still fine. Yeah, the price increases are coming, folks.
Republicans, his approval rating is near a record high, hovering right at about that 90% mark. So no, he hasn't lost any of that base. And when it comes to that center of the electorate, he's basically holding on there. And his overall approval rating, 44%, is pretty gosh darn good for him, considering where he was at this point in term number one.
What do you think is behind it? Why there hasn't been more movement?
Yeah, why hasn't there been more movement? I think this is pretty simple. Take a look here. Nation's top issue is the Epstein case. This is the number of respondents. This isn't the percentage of respondents. This is the number of respondents. In our last CNN poll, look at this. 0 respondents said that the Epstein case was the top issue. How about among independents? 0 independents said that. And among Republicans, and therefore overall, just a single one. So yes, there used to be a lot of interest in this story, but the bottom...
Well, I don't think any of us ever thought the Epstein case was the #1 issue for the country. Like ever? But I still think it's pretty goddamn important.
Bottom line is that even amongst those...
Like, I happen to be of the old school belief that if the president is a child rapist, we should probably send him to prison, you know? Call me old-fashioned, though.
who had high interest in this story. It wasn't something that they thought was all that important. And as I said at the beginning, the interest in this story has fallen off the table.
Which also, when you look at this and you compare it to just the attention that Capitol Hill was giving it, Donald Trump supporters were giving it, congressional committees were giving it, it is incongruous.
I would just say this. Donald Trump has some of the best political...
Oh, yeah, no. Liz Galahad, 100%. So what I need to make it clear what I mean, right? If you're watching modern conservative media, you genuinely are completely untethered from reality, right? The economy doesn't really mean anything to you. It's just this nebulous idea. As long as you can pay your bills, you know, you're generally going to be like, yeah, the economy is just whatever Fox News says it is, right? I hold on to maybe a naive belief that once businesses are going out, like just being snuffed out by these tariffs, once like the actual impact of these tariffs hits, I think that it's going to be more apparent what a bad economy actually feels like. But they're going to have to actually feel the bad economy before they realize it's getting worse. You know, they have to notice the boiling water. Again, it's gonna have to hurt, and unfortunately, it's these policies hurt everybody. I don't know. I really don't think anything will change their minds if the Epstein shit doesn't. This feels like cope. Well, I mean, I have to put this out there, and that is my fundamental belief in the ability of every human being to change their mind, right? And it could very well be that, like, 20% of Republicans just are completely beyond reach, but I don't think it's 100%. Do you think every single person who disagrees with you is, like, incapable of changing their mind and agreeing with you on a topic? Yeah, like, I think that there is a tipping point, and I think that there's a difference between anxiety about the economy and actually getting fucked by the economy. You know? I think there's a big difference between those two things. Everyone who disagrees with me is too far gone. I see you, Badger Tide. I see you. They will stay with Trump no matter what. I think that's silly. I think that's silly and, like, naive. I don't think that is true to human nature. Like, again, do you think that you are unshakable in your political ideas? Do you think that when you were a teenager that you were unable to be moved in what you believed? Do you think that, like, yes, yes, you have always believed the entirety of everything you believe now? So, Alan Smith, in your worldview, you have never changed and grown. Your understanding of the world has never deepened. You have never changed your mind about a single thing. You tried peanut butter one time and it was fucking bad, and anyone who enjoys it is evil. Like, no, come on. Someone can learn to like the taste of peanut butter. Someone can change their mind about innocuous things. Someone can change their mind about goddamn serious things. Yeah. So understand that when I say people can change their minds, I'm talking about people. And people are fallible. People fall into cultish thinking. But that does not mean that their minds can't change. Jesus. Like, I gotta be honest here, guys. If you are fundamentally of the opinion that people cannot change, then you need to get the fuck out. You need to get the fuck out of this community. You need to get the fuck out of thinking about politics. You need to get the fuck out of doing anything in this space. Alan Smith, you have the same level of intelligence as Livestock. When you think of your opponents and ideological enemies as literally subhuman, you need to go fucking take a walk. You need to, like, go and, like, reevaluate your life. When someone has, like, I'm sorry, when someone, even who agrees with me, has devolved to the point where you're like, yes, everyone who disagrees with my political stances are literally subhuman. I'm sorry, you are subhuman. You are proving that point. You have abdicated your humanity to place yourself on a pedestal above other human beings. And I find that disgusting. Okay? I find that absolutely repellent and repugnant.
With how bleak and chaotic things seem at times, your stubborn optimism and pragmatic attitude are a real breath of fresh air.
Thank you, Shootbang, for the $15 dono. Appreciate it. The bare, basic idea that I need everyone in this community to embrace is that people can change. There you go, Alan Smith. I can work with the idea that our political opponents are evil. But to give them the power of being irredeemably evil, like, I'm sorry, this isn't the fucking fairy tale. No one is like that. No one is like that. Everyone is capable of change. Everyone is capable of coming to a better ideological understanding of the world. And all of us have, at some point or another, had ideas that were bad. And frankly, if you haven't, if you are one of those people who did simply spring into being with all of the correct opinions, all of the correct politics, perfect, unimpeachable ideas, you are the product of an insanely random and lucky moral chance. No one is that lucky. And everyone has the capacity to learn, grow, and get better. And I know that because, like, I was fucking raised in a conservative, evangelical, cultish mindset. I don't have that anymore. But the only reason I'm able to grow beyond that is because people explained things, gave me a chance, and I learned and became better. I'm an ex-conservative, former LGBTQIA+ hater. Sincerely regret those days, but I've grown past them. Same Minute Rice. I'm a trans woman. I grew up deeply evangelical. I literally would ask in public to other people, hey, as Christians, what are we supposed to think about these queer people? You know, are we supposed to hate them? Like, what's the deal? Because I didn't know. And so the entire premise when we engage in politics and in the process of movement building is to understand that our goal is to organize together to build up enough of us so that we can pressure others and convince others to join us. People who might not have the same politics as us, to obtain our politics. Again, just like earlier this stream, I was talking about my mom. My mom, who has been like an ardent liberal for her entire life. Really big Hillary Clinton supporter. Really big establishment Democratic shill. She's talking about the need for Nuremberg trials for ICE. She's talking about the need for like a cleaning of the Democratic leadership. That's in the span of like 8 months. So never give people up for lost. Never think that these people are beyond being reached, because they're not. They're just not. And I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know what straw is going to break the camel's back. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm hoping that it's the pain of tariffs. And if it's not the pain of tariffs, maybe it's the shame of seeing mass demonstrations in the streets. Maybe it's the the social unrest that will do it. Maybe it's the cruelty of the state's crackdown on the marginalized. I don't know what it's going to be. For every single person, it's going to be a little bit different. But everyone has their breaking point. And like that, either that breaking point happens via social pressure or argumentation, or it happens like due to violent unrest. Oh, Lady Raincloud, I'm talking in the aggregate. There are definitely going to be people who just do not give a fuck. There are going to be people who can't be reached, but we cannot let that become the rule for our thinking. I think that's my takeaway, is that there are going to be people who are unreachable. You know, there is going to be like that there's going to be like that 20% of people that no matter what happens are going to be unreachable. I just don't believe that that is 100% of everyone who voted for Trump. Nah, Lady Raincloud, you've already been reached by our movement. It's all good. So, all I'm saying is, either, that there are kind of two options. Either we are able to build a peaceful movement that is able to galvanize the wider society into political action, or we're not able to do that, and things go down a very, very different road. And I'm hoping that it doesn't go down that second one, because then we start talking about very different things. But we also have to take a look here, right? Because I noticed something in these Epstein files and the talks about them. So this is an article in The Atlantic. Virginia Guthrie's family was shocked that Trump described her as stolen, which might seem old news. It's from July 30th. But this part stood out to me, and I'm not gonna get past this because we don't have to, right? Guthrie alleged that she had been recruited by Maxwell while working at Mar-a-Lago as a high schooler and had then been sexually abused from around 1999 to 2002 by Epstein. Now, oh, I clicked the wrong button. Now, in 1999, let's take a look here. So, 1999, right? That would have been when she was 15 or 16 years old. In the testimony of a video we saw the other day from Stacy, oh god, I'm blanking on her name. Oh god. God, what is her name? We watched this the other day. Yeah, Stacey Williams. There we go. We watched an interview the Daily Beast did with Stacey Williams about her time dating Jeffrey Epstein. And at one point, she talked about her model friends who were some as young as 15 dating 40-year-olds. And one of the things that stood out to me was that in her story, Donald Trump sexually assaulted her in front of Jeffrey Epstein, basically fondling her entire body while Jeffrey continued to talk to him, and neither of them really talked about it or noted it in any way while Donald Trump did this. And it seems like Donald Trump, in a lot of these stories, has a kind of MO, where he really enjoys hitting on the partners or girlfriends of his friends. And this was actually noted a while back by one Michael Wolff. Michael Wolff has also talked about Donald Trump's essentially his deep and lingering desire to have sex with other people's wives or partners. Right? And that really got me thinking. So I went and I looked up. Let's see here. Yes. I went up and looked up this. This is from 2019. And this is from the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. And you'll note that this is Julie Brown v. Ghislaine Maxwell v. Virginia Guthrie. And Maxwell here is the defendant in this case. And I decided to search through this document for Donald Trump. You know, what references to Trump are made here. And that led me to a pretty interesting portion here, to this article from the Daily Mail from around 2011. And it's about Virginia Guthrie being recruited by Bill Clinton, okay? Or not Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, and how she met Bill Clinton, right? But there is an interesting part here. I think it is, or maybe it's, it might be Exhibit A. It's Exhibit A. That's my bad. But again, it is an article here from the Daily Mail. And it's from, again, 2011. Prince Andrew and the 17-year-old girl, his sex offender friend, flew to Britain to meet him. And I'm just going to go down here. We're going to skip a lot of these really, really awful details. Just awful stuff. Yeah. So, in this article, Guthrie describes the initial abuse by Epstein. But what's interesting here is what happens later. And I want to scroll down here. Where is this? I already got off the page I wanted to be on here. Cut out this downtime, please. Was it here? There's a part here where she's talking about the last time she met Prince Andrew, right? By now, however, Epstein had started to hint that she was getting too old for him at 17 years old. And people around her started to talk about how she was getting too old for Jeffrey Epstein. And I want to highlight this small interaction. It's a small interaction she had with Donald Trump that is shared in this interview. Yeah, Florida was where her father was a maintenance manager at Donald Trump's country club, Mar-a-Lago. Virginia got a part-time job as a changing room assistant, which is where, soon after her 15th birthday, she met Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, I'm looking for the other part of this. Is this? God damn it. It's so hard to search this document. Here we go. Found it. Epstein's many Hollywood pals include Matt Groening, creator of The Simpsons. Jeffrey once had me give Matt a foot massage when he was flying on the jet with us, Virginia says. He laughed and did drawings of Bart and Homer for my little brother and my dad. I also met Naomi Campbell at a birthday party of hers on a yacht in the south of France. She's a friend of Ghislaine's, but she was a real bitch to me. She was very fake. She turned away when we were introduced by Ghislaine and Jeffrey. Donald Trump was also a good friend of Jeffrey's. He didn't partake in sex with any of us, but he flirted with me. He'd laugh and tell Jeffrey, "You've got the life." And I want to really emphasize again that Virginia Giuffre was with Jeffrey Epstein from 1999 to 2002. And she met Ghislaine Maxwell when she was 15. And Donald Trump was flirting with her during this time. So, the thing I want to really put forward here is, okay, Donald Trump was hitting on a teenager. And if he was hitting on this teenager in New York, for example, there is a decent chance he was hitting on a child who was under the age of consent. Perhaps more than a decent chance. If he was hitting on her in Florida, well, he was definitely hitting on a child under the age of consent. I believe at the time in New York, the age of consent was 17. In Florida, age of consent was 18 at the time. So, I just thought that that was an interesting kind of period on this piece. These are articles, by the way, introduced in the lawsuit Virginia Giuffre filed against Ghislaine Maxwell. So, all I want to say is, anyone who looks into this in any amount of seriousness, like, dude, release the Epstein files. Release the Epstein files, release the Epstein files, release the Epstein files. Okay? It's, we need to know. We need to know. We literally have testimonies from people, and you know what? Let's just throw this out there. The fact that Donald Trump was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend in the 90s and early aughts, the fact that he talked about Virginia Giuffre by name, Donald Trump absolutely knows who this woman was. Donald Trump hit on this child. And we should never, ever, ever let it go. I think their intention is to not release the files ever, Kasia. What are the chances they destroyed the whole document? Well, there never has been one whole document. What they have are, hundreds of thousands of pages of evidence, and they have thousands of people who have seen that evidence unredacted. We have, people in the FAA who have the flight logs. We have people in the Treasury Department like Scott Bessant who have seen the financial information about Jeffrey Epstein. My point being, like, it's not like you push a button and it all goes in the shredder. Like, at this point, too many people have seen it, and I think that at some point, enough of it is going to come out. That's my hope, anyway. Honestly, if they had destroyed the entire document, I think that's tantamount to, admitting guilt,
Hey everybody, just got home from work. Anything interesting happen?
Hi, Fiesduck. Thank you for the $5 dono. Yeah, 46% of Trump voters said they wouldn't care if he was indicted in the documents. I think worth noting, that is still 54% of people who would be swayed away from Trump if it was revealed, and that is still a pretty significant number of people. Also, worth noting that from the testimony of many of the people that Epstein trafficked, at least who have testified publicly, many of them are aware of who the other victims are and who the perpetrators are. And I imagine at some point, more people are going to come forward. It should be 0%, though. I mean, it should be, Smelanie. I agree with you. What? Jack, how the fuck are you still going? It's only been 2.5 hours. Yeah, and also, again, I think the cover-up in a lot of cases indicates a lot more guilt than just releasing most of the documents would have been, And the fact that they can't even release these documents because Donald Trump is afraid of what is going to happen if they're released, I think it indicates that there's some there, His drones have skeletons of their own. Royce Harrington, I know that you were talking about grinders to fit the dust in a closet. I know you're talking about grinders in like a more morbid sense, but genuinely, can I just throw out this one idea here? If someone were to be in or around Washington D.C. and active on Grindr, and were to, I don't know, match with someone prominent enough, there is a national service you could provide by getting dirt on one of these people and getting them to leak the Epstein files. There's a non-0% plausibility that someone would be able to do that. Like, it's a powerful weapon. It's a powerful weapon. Wasn't sure where this was going. Look, I don't know. I'm just saying, all's fair in love and war, am I right? Yeah, exactly, Hypervisor. The fact that, like, the one time a victim of Jeffrey Epstein's name has passed through his lips is to, like, try and defend the actions of Ghislaine Maxwell. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, Ms. Genderlin, they did mean it as, like, the other chatter did mean it as, like, a literal grinder, but I read grinder and immediately was just like, yes, seduce away, my pretties. Yeah, bottom your way to the top. You look like White Shrek. You know, like, how could you say that when I'm even wearing green? Like, I'm even wearing green today, and you still can't come up with something better? Come on! Also, we've been through this. You guys tried to call me Shrek the other day. It doesn't work when I'm hot as fuck. Like, so, like it doesn't work. Also, everyone fucking loves Shrek. Like, everyone, like I'm sorry, everyone in the Shrek movies loves Shrek. He's a lovable scamp. He's got all of the fairy tale friends. They beat up the short Humperdinck fellow. What's his name? It's not Humperdinck. That's Princess Bride. Lord Farquaad. Like, I don't know. Calling me Shrek, does that make you a fucking Farquaad? Shrek is just the most evolved dad bod with a wholesome dad brain. It's true. Bottom your way to the top is how I became a moderator. It's true, Knifeiest Duck. Jack is a 54-year-old cis 2 on the Kinsey scale female. I think you're beautiful. Thank you, Rachel P. I wasn't fishing for it, but I'll take it. How Jover is it? Halothane space dust is pretty not good. It's pretty not good. Farquaad literally was MAGA. Like, have you ever listened to that man talk?
Spending $5 to point out the nitwit that called you Shrek, used the same exact insult on the last stream and didn't get any attention. Let's all laugh at how sad that is.
Knifeiest Duck, thank you for the $5 dono, and it's true. They did try that last time, and last time I did point out that, like, that only works as an insult if you think that, one, calling someone Shrek is insulting somehow, and two, like, I'm hot as fuck. Like, I'm sorry. I got titties for days. Wait, is this the same person? Yup. Hey, James Hawk. It's more Gumby green than Shrek. I mean, the lighting and, like, the camera are bad, but, like, this is pretty fucking green. It's just, the lighting is really bad. It is the same person? Oh, that's so pathetic. Dude, you used... Oh my god. Can you imagine using an insult that was bad the first time, coming back 24 hours later to try and use it again? Oh, it's so pathetic. You didn't even iterate. You didn't even come up with a new insult. Oh my god. You thought you were cooking. Oh my god. Did you use the last 2 brain cells you had after sniffing all those Sharpie markers? Damn, dude. Go huff some gasoline again. I'm sure it'll make it... I'm sure it'll give you some better ideas. Damn. It was an AI profile pic too. Couldn't even use MS Paint. Shake my damn head. The fascists are getting so damn lazy. Do you want a sidekick donkey voiced by Eddie Murphy and a Latino cat that wears boots and cape and fight with a sword? Yeah. Do I want Zorro to be my cat friend? Yes. Antonio Banderas is so hot, man. It's crazy. Like, as a bisexual, Antonio Banderas, man. I watched the first half of Mask of Zorro recently.
For all the cooking you do.
Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $5 dono. Yo, if you guys haven't seen Mask of Zorro or haven't seen it for a while, I highly recommend giving it a watch. 'Cause, like, damn, it's good. Damn, it's good. Like, it's straight up, just like an anti-colonial movie. It's so good. It's basically, what if Batman, but like, in Mexico and, you know, cool. What movie? Mask of Zorro. It's so fucking good. Here, you know what? I don't even care if we get clapped for this. Has Anthony Hopkins in it. You guys aren't ready.
There is a saying, a very old saying. When the pupil is ready, the master will appear.
Zorro. In a land where freedom is a memory.
I came here to learn how to fight like you, to have your strength, your courage.
Zorro was a servant of the people. He did what was needed.
Now he's needed again.
And justice is outlawed.
The man will be my brother.
Kill him! The just must become outlaws.
Do you know how to use that thing?
Yes. The pointy end goes into the other man.
This is going to take a lot of work.
1, 5, 3.
If you want to kill this man, I can help you, and I can teach you how to move, how to think, how to take your revenge with honor.
How can I do what is needed? And all I feel is hate.
You hide it with this.
Be careful, señorita. There are dangerous men about.
So many cool
Father, I have sinned. It has been 3 days since my last confession.
Go on.
I have broken the 4th commandment, Padre.
You killed somebody?
No, that is not the 4th commandment.
Of course not.
I had impure thoughts about a man.
Last 4?
Yes, last 4. No bad?
The only sin would be to deny what your heart truly feels. Not bad at all.
Now, between the woman who rules his heart.
Don't pretend she means nothing to you.
But she does.
And the enemy who claims his soul.
I would murder 100 innocent men if it meant killing you.
Lies the battle.
Montero has some plans for California.
The time has come to claim what always should have been ours.
For the destiny of a nation.
Tomorrow we fight in earnest. We will both tempt our fates.
It's only one man. It isn't just one man, damn it. It's Zorro.
Justice leaves its mark.
You know Zorro. He could be anywhere. Did you miss me?
It's a movie-ass movie. It is a movie-ass movie. Tuning in with no context. God. It's so good. Also, I'm not gonna lie to you. As a bisexual, Antonio Banderas dueling Catherine Zeta-Jones is peak. It's incredible. It's beyond words. Everybody in this movie is hot. God, it really, really is. It's also sometimes free on YouTube. True. Yeah, Catherine Zeta, people keep sleeping on Catherine Zeta-Jones, and frankly, she needs more respect, okay? Damn, she's good. He's better in El Mariachi. I mean, El Mariachi is peak, like, Antonio Banderas. Like, yeah. Once Upon a Time in Mexico, also peak Antonio Banderas.
It will make you believe the very Welsh Catherine Jones is Latin.
Indeed. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Hell yeah, I'm gonna catch a night showing of that movie with my parents and then walk home. Maybe you take a more private route too. Oh no. They're both hot as hell. It's just incredible how hot they are. Also, just the stunt work, the practical effects, it's so good. Yeah, a lot of people point towards The Mummy, and like fair as like a bisexual awakening movie, but Mask of Zorro, man, holy fuck. Also, if you guys have never seen El Mariachi, also peak cinema.
Do you know how to use that thing? Yes, the pointy end goes into the other man, is amazing writing.
Oh, it's 10 out of 10. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Nomi Sunrider, so true. So true. It's about the importance of patience, cunning, and solidarity in revolutionary moments. It's also about swords being horny. It's true. Like, the entire movie is about revolution, and Mask of Zorro is great in that way.
In 1991, Columbia Pictures introduced you to an extraordinary new filmmaker and an unforgettable new vision. The director was 23-year-old John Singleton. The film, Boys in the Hood. Now, Columbia Pictures is proud to present a remarkable new film from another extraordinary new talent. The director is 23-year-old Robert Rodriguez. The film, El Mariachi.
I have not seen Zorro the Gay Blade, but I should. Wait a minute. Is this the original El Mariachi?
Mariachi.
Hell yeah. Maybe I was thinking of Desperado. Wait. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of.
I was visiting a bar, and in he walked. You saw his face? His face? No. I mean, every step he took towards the light, just when you thought his face was about to be revealed, it wasn't. It was as if the lights dimmed, just for him.
They call him a loner.
I know who you are.
Really?
You kill drug dealers.
I killed the woman I loved. You ruined my life.
They call him a myth.
You've heard stories of that man that carries the guitar case full of weapons. Find him and kill him.
I hope you don't think you can take someone like Ucho all by yourself.
Really?
They made the mistake of calling his bluff.
Is there something in the guitar case? My guitar?
Now, it's time to face the music.
Let's play.
Desperado, the new film from Robert Rodriguez.
Yeah. Antonio Banderas and Salma Hayek in this movie. Like, damn, dude. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino's in the movie, too. Did a rocket just come out of that guitar case? Yes. This movie rocks. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Yo, you even got Arif Hassan. Nice. What is this trailer? Zorro the Gay Blade.
Sexy. Zany. Sensational.
You recognize that famous sign, huh?
Oh, yes, senor. It is a number 2.
No, it's the sign of
Zorro. Oh, Zorro! That is a little more like it.
20th Century Fox and Melvin Simon Productions present George Hamilton. And George Hamilton as
Zorro!
One Destiny.
To help the helpless.
2 brothers.
To befriend the friendless.
1 legend.
To defeat the feedless.
2 color schemes.
I found it helps to keep them guessing.
Thrill to the magnificent return of the 2 and only Zorro. Swing with Zorro. Ball with Zorro. And catch a few Z's with Zorro.
You're the bravest man I ever met.
Very impressed myself, too.
Out of the night. Out of the past, out of the legend, comes George Hamilton. George Hamilton, Lauren Hutton, Brenda Vaccaro, Ron Liebman, Zorro, and a cast of peasants in Zorro, the Gay Blade.
I do have to go watch that now. God. Sibby Sapphic, yes. Pedro Pascal as Zorro, like in a reboot of the franchise, would be so fucking good. So fucking good. The Coke was pure then. Oh god. All right, folks. I like Red Zorro. Pinfold Ice Pirates was a vibe. Okay, folks. We've been going for almost 3 hours now. If you're enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And appreciate all y'all. What are we covering now? We were just looking at movies that slap. That's what we were looking at. And now it's time to turn to the crisis. But before we talk about that, I have to get some water because I don't have water down here for some reason. So I will be right back with water. Don't you guys go anywhere. And I will BRB.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living. But as year gave way to year, the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death, a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village, Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life, if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a tie.
are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken
the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
This is a brand new song. This is the first time. You are the first audience to hear this song. It's a world premiere. This is the first time we've ever played it together. I'm writing it right now.
I mean, basically.
Recently, I was reminded of this lyric that floats around in several gospel songs, including "Oh Mary, Don't You Weep," which is, God gave Noah the rainbow sign, no more water, fire next time. And I was thinking about this summer and our yellow skies, and I thought, fire next time. So this song's called No More Water. I need a little bit more water.
Yeah.
That's like psychological. I'm feeling the smoke. Here we go.
No more water. No more water. No more water.
Fire next time. Come gather, my children, come gather to me. The sky in the west is as dark as the sea. The air tastes of embers, it claws at your eyes. And I hear the horsemen are following behind. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire next time. Old Noah cried, hear me, the water will come and wreak mighty judgment on everyone. I warn you, my people, the time is not long for changing our ways, for righting our wrong. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire next time. The people dismissed and denied and delayed, long after the rivers were swollen with rain, and only when floodwaters swallowed their cries did the sign of the rainbow appear in the sky. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire next time. The Lord said your family alone has been spared, and all of creation I leave in your care. But do not mistake me, remember my sign. I'll send no more water, but fire next time. No more water. No more water. No more water. Fire next time.
you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man? There is power in a band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand. Would you have sharing the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve you with rags on your back? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land. If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band. Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and look wise. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band. Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we our share of this earth shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see? There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. There is power in those band working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule every land, one industrial union band. One industrial union band. One industrial union band.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 the time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions we'll refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine. I'm gonna tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. The people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you, workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose.
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, see Cavaliers by name. your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Stand up now, stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Stand up now. The Cavaliers are foes. Themselves they do disclose by verses not in prose, to please the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all their law, to keep poor men in awe. But they no vision saw to maintain such a law. Stand up now, diggers all. The gentry are all round. Stand up now, stand up now. The gentry are all round. Stand up now. The gentry are all round. On each side they are found. Their wisdom so profound, to cheat us of our ground. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now, stand up now. Your houses they pull down. Stand up now. Your houses they pull down, to fright your men in town. But the gentry must come down, and the poor shall wear the crown. Stand up now, diggers all. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now, stand up now. The lawyers they conjoin. Stand up now. To rescue they advise, such fury they devise. The devil in them lies, and hath blinded both their eyes. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now, stand up now. Their self-will is their law. Stand up now. Since tyranny came in, they count it now no sin to make a jail a gin, to starve poor men therein. Stand up now, diggers all. The clergy they come in. Stand up now, stand up now. The clergy they come in. Stand up now. The clergy they come in, and say it is a sin that we should now begin our freedom for to win. Stand up now, diggers all. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now, stand up now. The tithes they yet will have. Stand up now. The tithes they yet will have, and lawyers their frees crave. And this they say is brave, to make the poor their slaves. Stand up now, diggers all. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now, stand up now. 'Gainst lawyers and 'gainst priests. Stand up now. For tyrants they are both, even flat against their oath. To grant us they are loath, free meat and drink and clothes. Stand up now, diggers all. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now, stand up now. With spades and hoes and plows. Stand up now. Your freedom to uphold, seeing cavaliers are bold, to kill you if they could, and rights from you to hold. Stand up now, diggers all.
Put her there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. I said, all you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. There's people of every nation marching side by side, marching across the fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. All of you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All of you fascists bound to lose. I said, all of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. I said, all of you fascists bound to lose. Yes, sir. All of you fascists bound to lose. Oh, all of you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.
Hello, I'm back. Sorry. I had to find my water filter and fill it up and find my cup. There we go. Okay. Oof. Patrick Lucas, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. Lots and lots of smooches. No, I was helping my partner. There were a few little smooches, but while I waited for the filter to filter, my partner was showing me what she had finished, upstairs. How do you drink so much? Like, how do I drink so much water? I don't know, it's just tasty. Left Foo, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Erica. Hell yeah. Thank you. I don't drink enough water, goes to the fridge. Hell yeah. Also, like, I've just been feeling kind of dog shit, and usually that's just an indicator that, like, I haven't been drinking enough water. I swear afore gods, Riverboat Jack. I use the full name, she in trouble. But I don't get a wedding invite. Well, we haven't started planning the wedding yet, so don't you worry. Hello, Velocirabbit. Is stream still on? Yes, it is. But yeah, the move has displaced my mental map of where all of the small objects are. So I did not know where the pitcher was, and it took me a while to find it. And then it took a while to fill up. Then it took a while to find the glass, and a while to smooch my partner. How we all doing, folks? How we all doing? MAGA still don't understand if someone doesn't have a habeas corpus. It went in as though it took him 40 minutes to shoe right to Johnny. What is the most romantic story you got? I'm not sure what that means. Like, if you're asking me, like, what's the most romantic story my partner and I have? That's private.
Wait, is the U-Haul unpacked? Or did you use one? If not, I'ma need your lesbian card.
We didn't use a U-Haul. We just used my car. And my partner's dad's car. It's okay, you can have my lesbian card though, because I'm bisexual. I do have a Subaru, what? I do drive a Subaru. I'm dying today at tons of Twitter leftists saying public defenders are cops because sometimes they have to defend the guilty. Well, your problem right there is anyone on Twitter these days. Like I don't know if you're gonna like go after public defenders while also still being on Twitter. Like I don't know, opinion invalid. The discourse is so bad. I refuse. I reject it. God, it's so fucking stupid. Hey, Dragonfly. It is, yes, yep. I do drive a very gay Forester. Spherical Man, thank you for subscribing with Prime. It's giving the same feel as abusers who use therapy speak, but leftistly. Yeah, I think if we are in the, like, I'm about to talk a lot about, like, an ongoing major political crisis. And, like, I'm sorry, if the main object of your discourse and activism is talking about how public defenders are cops, I don't know. I think you need to, like, sit the fuck down and do some learning. That's my hot take. My hot goss for the day. Every time I have to see any opinion of a teenager, it's a war crime. Ah, God. Alright. Let's refresh some tabs that I'm gonna need to unravel the fucking shit show of our times. Alright. So, full disclosure here, chat. We're about to enter what I'm going to term gauntlet hours. Okay? And the reason I say that is because we're going to be talking about an existential threat to American democracy, followed by an existential threat to American democracy, followed by, hey, just an existential threat to
My two
life in
favorite
America.
leftist live streamers moving at the same time, forcing me to actually watch the videos and not the VODs now.
Canon Lefevre. Wait, Canon Lefevre. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the videos. What about that romantic story? Oh, I mean, one of the romantic stories is that my partner literally quit her job and founded a company to make like lingerie for trans people because she saw how sad like conventional lingerie made me, and it's really fucking good lingerie. Everyone should check out Imogene Olivia. ImogeneOlivia.com. Go check it out, okay? It's good stuff. We're gonna be doing our first PR push soon. So that's really, really exciting. Also, for the record, my partner went to one of the best schools in the world for lingerie design, so she actually knows what the fuck she's doing. Yeah. It's it's really, really sweet. She saw me cry and was like, I never want you to cry again, and she designed an entire company around that. And it's really good lingerie. You better what? I'll do you one better. I will drive her everywhere she needs to go in that Subaru. She will never have to drive again. My baby really likes hers. Hell yeah, Paladin. It's good. Like it's good for cis people. It's good for trans people. It's just like more inclusive of like all kinds of different bodies. Columbia. No, not Columbia College. Like it's a lingerie design school. FIT, it's in New York. There are like 3 main lingerie design schools that are kind of the top in the world, and FIT is one of them. What was the website again? Here. There you go. Link is in chat. What's the biz name? Imogene Olivia. Here. Wait, no way. FIT? Yeah, FIT Andromeda Archives. Has a lower acceptance rate than Harvard. Like, than like Ivy League colleges. Let's see. Best way to make her mad is to ask about garment bags for bras. No, like garment bags are fine. Just don't like just hand wash your bras. You know, like the fabrics are delicate. If you throw them in the washer, and definitely if you throw them in the dryer, those fabrics are gonna break. All right, folks. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to jump into the carnival of horrors? Ooh, that is wrong. That is the wrong place to go. You guys ready? Chat, I'm proud of you. You guys have hit 210 likes on the stream, and I haven't even had to nag you that much. You guys are great. Nailing it. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about an existential threat to the concept of democracy in the United States. And there's really no easy way to get into that subject. It's not good, to say the least. But Donald Trump has been making a number of moves lately that threaten the very fabric that hold the country together. We're talking like some existential moves. These are not minor minor maneuvers. We're talking things that could very well lead to, you know, blocks of states considering secession. We're talking like political maneuvers, much like what was happening around, you know, the beginning of the Civil War. We're talking some pretty severe things. Okay? One of these, okay, is that Donald Trump has attempted, and we're going to have to see in the next several days, or weeks, how this plays out, but Donald Trump has attempted to order a new U.S. census. And this headline doesn't really do it justice, because it's not merely unprecedented, like, oh, it's never been done before. It's literally counter to the Constitution. This is literally an unconstitutional order. It is in violation of the very concept of America and the very concept of and foundational idea of representational democracy. It is an attack on that. Understand that an attempt to do a census without counting undocumented immigrants is simply not what the Constitution allows. Okay? Let's take a quick look here at the substance of this article, which is better than the headline. The 14th Amendment requires the whole number of persons in each state to be included in a key set of census numbers used to determine how presidents and members of Congress are elected. So, essentially, what's happening here is that the basic framework of how we allocate congressional seats, how we allocate, like, the number of representatives people get in our national legislature, it's dependent on the census, right? When we talk about issues in our history like the 3/5 Compromise, that was around the issue of the census, okay? And at no point has it been unclear what the census is supposed to do. It's supposed to count how many people are in this given area. And unfortunately, there was a time in this country when chattel slavery was considered non-personhood. And the 3/5 Compromise was essentially a compromise between people who wanted zero representation for people who were enslaved and people who wanted full representation of people who were enslaved. And, well, it became a compromise. It's a shame on the national record. But also, it's a similar problem to this, which is that there can be no compromise on this. Undocumented people are people, and they thus need to be counted in the census. This has been well established in law. This has been well established in congressional law, not congressional, in constitutional law specifically. And there have been no additional details, as far as I can tell, about the plan the Trump administration wants to float. And essentially, it comes across as Donald Trump woke up and said, "This is, yep, do it," and didn't run it by anybody. And it's just that they are going to try to do it. Trump said he's instructed the Commerce Department, which oversees the Census Bureau, to immediately begin work on a census using the results and information gained from the presidential election of 2024. It's unclear why the election results would matter to the census, because it doesn't. What results? What information gained from an election would have bearing on counting the number of people in the United States? There is no precedent for this. There is no legal basis for this. This is simply and explicitly against the Constitution. Okay? And like, I don't think this is getting that much, as much coverage as it needs. But like, I mean, even this NPR article that kind of buries the lead here, the Constitution did not grant the president final authority over the census. And in fact, it does not grant the president authority over the census at all. It is mandated by the Constitution that the census takes place. Article 1 of the Constitution empowers Congress, not the President, to carry out the actual enumeration of the country's population in such manner as they shall by law direct. In Title 13 of the U.S. Code, Congress directed the Secretary of Commerce to follow a once-a-decade census schedule. Under that same law, the Commerce Secretary can conduct a mid-decade census in 2025, but the results can't be used for redistributing each state's share of the seats in the U.S. House of Representatives and votes in the Electoral College. And the question topics for such a 2025 census would have needed to be reported to Congress years ago. So this is just, you can't do it this way, essentially. The process is not set up to do this. It is not intended to do this, and it is illegal to do this. This is, and I want to make no bones about this, this is an attempt to subvert democracy. This is an attempt to say, oh, we're going to do a new census, and then we're going to redistribute votes in the Electoral College. We're going to attempt to add more seats or take away seats in the House of Representatives. And that's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. And it's not just like a problem in like an abstract sense, but this is a problem that is directly impacts, well, frankly, it directly impacts Democrats. And as such, you are actually going to see more establishment Democrats suddenly discover they have spines. Because this is actually a threat not just to democracy in an abstract sense, but it's a threat to democracy and to democratic power in a very specific and targeted sense. This is why you are seeing different Democratic politicians starting to fight a little bit harder than they have in the past. And you might be a bit more familiar with a more publicized crisis in our democratic system, and that is the Texas attempt to redistrict and gerrymander the state prior to the 2026 midterms. This has gotten a lot more press than Donald Trump's attempt to unilaterally order a new census to shift Democratic power. Okay? Because what we're looking at in Texas and in a number of other red states where they are going to attempt a similar gerrymandering endeavor. For those of you who aren't aware, gerrymandering is when you specifically redraw lines on the map to favor one particular political party over another. Okay? And, well, that order is coming directly from Donald Trump and the Trump administration. And Republicans who would benefit from this redistricting, specifically a lot of Texas Republicans, are frothing at the mouth, chomping on the bit to try and rig democracy in their favor. Let's take a look here.
Come back and do the right thing. Don't run and hide because you've lost touch with the voters. Their problem are not redistricting lines. Their problem, Sean, is they've lost the minds of their voters who are moving towards the Republican Party all over the country. We're a red state. We deserve more representation.
We're a red state. We deserve more representation. That's it. That's it. That is it in a nutshell. You know? That's, by the way, the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick. Okay? And what he's mad about is the fact that Democrats in Texas realized that they had a large enough majority, not a majority, but they had a large enough block of support in the Texas legislature to deny quorum to Republicans. What that means is essentially that if they chose not to show up, that no vote can be taken on any kind of legislation. No vote can happen to redistrict. Because what this is essentially would mean, right? And we've talked about this briefly, but it means that if Democrats won 65% of the vote, they would only have like 45% of the seats. Like it's like this redistricting effort would effectively mean that you would need like 70% popular support among the electorate in order to have a Democrat majority in Texas. It's anti-democracy. It's anti-democratic. It is an attempt to destroy and undermine the very fundamental nature of representative democracy. And so this is a huge, huge problem. Okay? I think Mark Elias is doing a really good job spelling out the issue. Let's take a look here.
So I want everyone to pay attention to this next thing really, really carefully. Donald Trump is doing this not because he thinks he can pull it off. Like even logistically pulling off another census between now and 2026 would be nearly impossible. Pulling it off and then having a reapportionment. Pulling it off and then every state having to do redistricting, because if you take away seats or add seats, you have to redistrict the whole state, right? Like none of that is going to happen. None of it would be legal and none of it's even possible. So ask yourself, what is Donald Trump up to? This is what he's up to. He is laying the groundwork to try to steal the 2026 elections. Why is the Department of Justice collecting individual voter data on every American Why are they going to all 50 states? Why is the criminal division of the Department of Justice going to all 50 states to try to get the voter files so they know where you live, what your social security number is, whether you're a registered Democrat or Republican, what elections you have voted in? Why are they collecting all of that information? Why is he now saying we need this massive census and reapportionment? Why does he tie it to 2024? I'll tell you why. Because when Republicans lose in 2026, he wants to be able to say, you see, we lost because we were cheated. We lost because the census was rigged. We lost because people who were not eligible to vote voted. We lost and there are all these irregularities. So everyone needs to be paying attention to this YouTube channel, hopefully the Democracy Docket YouTube channel as well, because Brian and I cover this stuff and hopefully help you connect why what Donald Trump is doing around the census actually ties to what the Department of Justice is doing around voter lists.
And it ties also to what they're doing on the state level, right? Because not only does it lay the groundwork to try and steal the 2026 election, but it also muddies the waters to try and legitimize the attempt to redistrict and gerrymander.
What if you misinterpreted what a consensus was?
Well, we definitely know that he never interpreted what consent meant. That was bad. That didn't even work as a joke. That was just word association. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 221 subs. Let's move on. Let's move on. Because what Democrats have done here is they denied quorum, right? In Texas, because Texas has kind of become the focal point for the gerrymandering. It's become kind of the battleground for what is happening when it comes to, you know, trying the attempt to muddy the water via the census, the attempt to, you know, the attempt to basically throw enough shit out there that people are like, oh, gee, well, I don't know. Maybe he does have a point with all this redistricting prior to the 2026 election. That's the point of it, right? And Democrats in the state of Texas have had to flee to other states like Illinois and California. And in response to that, the Attorney General of Texas has issued arrest warrants and filed lawsuits to try and either arrest these Democrats in other states with like Texas state troopers or even bounty hunters, or filed a lawsuit at the same time to try and remove them from office. Because if they get removed from office, then Greg Abbott can appoint people to their place. Meaning that, I mean, frankly, the state government of Texas is willing to simply steal the representation of Texas citizens away from those Texans in order to try and make this plan happen, which really kind of gives away the game. It really reveals their hand. They do not give a shit about America, about the Constitution, about democracy as a concept. They do not care. And here's James Tallarico, who's really been, I mean, he's been doing good work. Ken Paxton just filed a lawsuit to remove me from office, but this seat doesn't belong to him or me. It belongs to the people. My message to Ken Paxton: come and take it. And I don't know a ton about James Tallarico's politics. He might be a centrist. I have no idea. But this is the kind of fight that we need if we want to actually go toe-to-toe and beat these fucking fascists. Okay? This is the kind of leadership, this is the kind of risk-taking, this is the kind of, like... This is the kind of gumption we need from our Democrats. Okay? Texas is also, by the way, going after Democrats who went to California. Texas complaint asks California to arrest Democrats blocking GOP congressional map, which, by the way, is just like the most pathetic thing imaginable. They're like, well, we can't send Texas troopers to arrest someone in your state, but hey, maybe you guys could arrest the Democrats in California and bring them over to Texas. Teehee. It's pathetic. All of these people, by the way, who are saying, oh, well, Democrats are cowardly. How could Democrats do this? How could they leave the state and deny quorum? How could you do that? Fun fact for all of you, Abraham Lincoln, on multiple occasions, jumped out windows to deny quorum votes in his time as a legislator, which is incredible. I want to share with you guys a newspaper clipping. All right? A laughable circumstance took place while the yeas and nays were being called on the passage of the resolution. Mr. Lincoln of Sangamon, I assume that's a place, who was present during the whole scene, and who appeared to enjoy the embarrassment of the House, suddenly looked very grave after the Speaker announced that a quorum was present. The conspiracy having failed, Mr. Lincoln came under great excitement, and having attempted and failed to get out at the door, very unceremoniously raised the window and jumped out, followed by one or two other members. This gymnastics performance of Mr. Lincoln and his flying brethren did not occur until after they had voted, and consequently the House did not interfere with their extraordinary feat. We have not learned whether these flying members got hurt in their adventure, but we think it probable that at least one of them came off without damage, as it was noticed that his legs reached nearly from the window to the ground. By his extraordinary performance on this occasion, Mr. Lincoln will doubtless become as famous as Mr. Speaker Penrose at Harrisburg, which redoubted champion jumped out of the window during the late Buckshot War in Pennsylvania. We learned that a resolution will probably be introduced into the House this week to inquire in the expediency of raising the State House one story higher in order to have the House set in a third story so as to prevent members from jumping out of the windows. If such a resolution passes, Mr. Lincoln will in the future have to climb down the spout. During the whole of the extraordinary scene we have related, we stood inside near the door of the House and was an eyewitness to it. We noticed Mr. Baker of the Senate in the House talking in an undertone to one or two more of the few Whig members of the House who remained at their posts. Mr. Baker seemed to be the moving spirit in the conspiracy. Absent himself from where his duty required him to be, it seemed to be his object to persuade others to follow his example. Fallen himself, he would drag others down. Yeah. Abraham Lincoln. Absolute fucking legend. So, I don't know. Look, all I'm saying is we live in an extraordinary time. We live in an extraordinary time where this country is at very real risk of tearing itself apart. And what we need and what we must demand from our legislators on the state level as well as the national level is the courage and bravery of Abraham Lincoln. We need people who are willing to throw themselves out windows in order to save this country. And if you aren't willing to do that, you aren't willing to, you aren't worth your shit. Okay? So, I just think that this is an interesting historical example to take, and I wanted to share with you one last post from Talking Points memo this time. Okay, it's titled "How the Federal Union Could Break Apart," and I think it's pretty accurate. The term constitutional crisis gets used a lot these days. By a very fair definition, we've been in one since January. A more apt and consequential meaning, however, is a crisis in which the legitimacy and continuation of the state rests in the balance of whether it fragments and degenerates into civil war, military rule, or state disintegration. Today, President Trump proposed something that, to my view, for the first time, provides a path to such a crisis. In a Truth Social post, Trump appeared to order a new census to be undertaken now, as opposed to the next constitutionally scheduled one in 2030. This new one would violate the Constitution by only counting citizens and legal residents. It would then, it seems, try to reapportion Congress using the numbers produced by this unconstitutional census in time for the 2026 and/or 2028 election. In other words, Trump would, by executive fiat, change how many representatives each state sends to Congress and each state's electoral votes. That's quite literally how you rig an election. So in this scenario, California's and New York's delegations show up in 2027, and Trump's people say, no, you don't have X reps. You have X minus 4. Send those other folks home. There's simply no way to accept the president unilaterally and unconstitutionally taking away a state's representation in Congress and the Electoral College and continuing to accept the legitimate authority of the federal government. I know that's a big statement, but there's not. The Constitution is clear, crystal clear on 2 points. There's a census once every decade. The count is of all persons in the country, and their status is irrelevant. Obviously, the Constitution is one thing, and what the Supreme Court says is another. I wouldn't be shocked to see the Supreme Court come up with a way around the crystal clear language and original intent on who is counted in the census. I'm more skeptical that they'll accept a new one-off census, but they could. It's a deeply corrupt institution. That is your path to the dissolution of the Union. And yeah, you gotta understand here, folks, this isn't like some abstract notion, okay? This isn't some, oh, yeah, you know, like, oh, maybe it's a big deal, maybe it's not. No, this is a really big deal, right? We're seeing how big a deal this is in Texas right now with just one state doing blatant gerrymandering, right? And it's leading people like Gavin Newsom of all people, that spineless centrist twat, to come out and say, hey, if you guys redistrict and gerrymander Texas, I'm going to redistrict and gerrymander California. And other blue state governors are going to follow suit. J.B. Pritzker, you know, Kathy Hochul in New York, Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. Okay? Like, there are centrist Democrats who lead these states. They are not, Gavin Newsom is not a far leftist. For fuck's sake, he's hosting a podcast where he has Charlie Kirk on, gushing about how his kids love Charlie Kirk. Okay? What you're seeing are actual politicians self-interestedly understanding that this is a fundamental and foundational threat to, frankly, to the country. And what we when we say this is a threat to the republic, this is the dissolution of the republic, it's not far-fetched to imagine this degenerating into a pretty hot zone, as it were. You know, we've been in the cool zone, but if this is if Donald Trump doubles down, if Donald Trump continues to push a new census, continues to put that out there, I mean, we're going to see things previously thought impossible become possible and the potential for violence is going to get far more real. Yeah, Wes Moore said he would redistrict Maryland as well. Yeah, I mean, what we're going to see, like, when you're seeing all these governors around just the gerrymandering issue talking about doing it themselves, that's an early indicator of how bad an attempt to implement a census illegally would be. How can Trump say the last census was wrong when he was in power when it happened? He ran the census. It doesn't matter. We're in post-reality world for Republicans. For them, it's not real. It doesn't matter. It was all a Democratic ploy, you know? So there's a really big problem with all of this. And we're going to have to go into a kind of part 2 on the ongoing crisis right now in America, because all of what I've talked about has culminated in Donald Trump unleashing the military on Washington, D.C. So, this is the end of part 1. I guess we're going to go into part 2. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And, you know, I would also highly encourage you, before we end the segment, figure out how you can organize locally. Figure out what you need to do in order to meet with others in your community. I don't care if it's at a soup kitchen, a homeless shelter, a community center, or at your local Democratic meeting or your local DSA meeting, but figure out some way you can make connections in your community with a group of people. Okay? You need to connect with a group of people. Because what we're looking at now is a much scarier time. We're going into some much scarier times. And if you would like to help organize politically against what is happening, I would encourage you, join our Discord. You know, just use !Discord. You'll get a link. And once you're in there, you can message GamerG, and she will help you join DSA. And you can organize locally with your DSA group. Uh-oh. 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 We disconnected? No. You guys can still see me, right? Yeah? Okay, cool. My chat, my Riverboat site chat started loading. Whew. Cool. Ooh, scared me.
Why would I connect with other people when I could BitConnect with other people?
BitConnect! Sake Tanuki, great reference. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. But also, join our Discord, and if you want to connect with your local Democrats, reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord, and she can help you join your local Dems. It can be a little bit hard to figure that out, but I promise you, it is worth it. Radicalize your local Dems, organize in DSA. We need people to actually have spines, and to understand that there's a need for spines in this particular time, okay? That is what we need to do, and you all can help make that happen. And if you are like, well, there's no point, there is a point. You need to figure out how you can organize with other people, because you guys on a local level have the ability to, for example, force your sheriff's department to stop working with ICE. That's just one example. And you can do so much on the local level to impede and stop what is happening. And if enough of us do that, we can still get out of this. But it requires action on the part of all of y'all. All right? We are in dark times, but that just means it is time for us to cling together, to work together, and to beat this fascist fucking movement. So, let's get to work. There we go. Be a pain in the ass collectively? Yes! Be a pain in the ass collectively. Call your elected representatives daily. Be an ass. Be the inconvenient asshole who brings up points that make them feel bad. Bully them into being better politicians. Oh, I also have new info about the Dems. DNC committees are going to be made of elected DNC members, not appointed anymore. Oh, fuck yeah, that's great. No, anything we can do, that happens in DSA that, or not DSA, the DNC that moves away from appointments, the better for all of us. Hell yeah, Dragonfly. You're doing such great work. Thank you so goddamn much for everything you do. My dad's so liberal, he blows me out of the water. Go feed people if you're losing hope. Unironically, though, that's good advice. Unironically, like, I know it sounds trite to say it, but, like, action is what spurs hope. Doing something, you need to act in order to have hope. People always say it springs eternal, but hope is brought about by action. It's so good. And, like, you make a lot of connections going out there and, like, and feeding people. Like, food is such a fundamental part of being a human being. You meet so many different kinds of people, and it connects you to so many kinds of people in a very fundamental way. And I think that that's really, really valuable. Apathy is a disease that will kill democracy. Apathy is a political cancer. Indeed. It means this change in the DNC means anyone at all active in their local Dems can run for a DNC member position and potentially be on a committee that decides everything for the Dems. I'm going to keep that in mind, Dragonfly, because that is really interesting information. Chio7, I agree. I went out and it was nice to be with others of same values in a country that makes me feel like I'm alone. And capitalism is designed to isolate us. It is designed to make us replaceable cogs in a machine that wrings us of all profit. You know, like that's... our society revolves around making us feel alone. So yes, folks, get involved with your local Democrats, radicalize them, and understand that in a lot of cases, if you get involved with your local Dems, there's a very real chance they might just want to hand you political power on the local level. Vice chair, or just straight up chairman, or like note taker, or treasurer. There are a lot of roles on the local level that need to be filled, and you can literally start wielding local power by showing up to like 3 meetings in a row and showing that you actually give a shit. If I moved to Minnesota, could I do stuff in DFL alongside DSA? Absolutely. DSA shows up to DFL events. Just, I would also encourage you, if you join DSA, You know, we need people to join the Dems to radicalize them to better politics. We also need people to join DSA to help make sure people aren't being jackasses. Okay? Just we need people in the Dems to radicalize them to better progressive, if not socialist politics. And we need people to join DSA because there are a lot of well-meaning people in DSA who are utterly politically illiterate. And we need people in DSA to be sane enough for, like, union heads to want to work with, for different community leaders to want to work with, because there is a loud minority of people in DSA who just have absolutely no idea what's going on, and they are very, very angry about it. Okay? Be productive. Model your membership in DSA around the New York model, okay? We need more New York DSA and less insane jackasses. I'll do it. I have a poli-sci degree and I don't get all agita over language. Hell yeah, Rachel P. That's what I love to see. All right. Folks, we've been going for over 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Oof. Excuse me. Got to refresh some tabs. It's a lot of tabs, might take a minute to refresh. Da 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 da. What Jack's advocating for joining the Dems, Rhizome Riot. What Jack's not advocating for joining the Dems, Rhizome Glizzy. Exactly. Thank you, Depraved Ambiance. Thank you for understanding my point, because I do read my YouTube comments, and there's a number of people who watch this show who are just like, oh, you want to work with the Democrats? Okay, liberal. And it's like, no, you dumb fuck. No, I'm a socialist, goddammit. I just understand the usefulness of co-opting and taking over current centers of political power. That is one path to power, and I believe we need to take all paths available to us at this very moment to, you know, preserve the Union. I would love for all of us to work together. Hell yeah. Trying is cringe. I'd much rather do nothing and sit around judging you. Alright. Let's talk about it. I'll finish my water first.
Imagine working with the Dems over the American Solidarity Party SMH.
Saki Tanuki, I'm not gonna lie, I was for a second thinking you were gonna do like a an ass acronym.
Why work with several full-throated people in an existing party, when you can put in the time, money, and work to start an entirely new party in a two-party system? Yep. Sounds legit.
And One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm not opposed to third
If you can't take
parties.
over a party that's already inviting you in, you sure as SHT can't take over a country.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like, I'm not opposed to third parties on principle. I just believe that if you want to support a third party, you have to build a road for them to get where you want to go. You've got to get like ranked choice or star voting, I think is the better mathematical version of ranked choice, whatever it's called. You need to get something that's not first past the post voting. You need to you need to work within your state to change the voting system. That's what you need to do, step one, before you even have like a third party. And it's so frustrating every single time we have an election coming up. People just popping out of the woodwork to be like, what about a third party though? Oh no, One-Eyed Heathen, I'm also agreeing with you. I just get so frustrated at people. I think you are 100% correct. You communicated your point beautifully. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $5 super chat. If you can't take over a party that's already inviting you in, you sure as shit can't take over a country. That's kind of my thing. Like, if y'all think that you can do a revolution when you can't even get people to vote, like, fuck, man. I just don't understand the calculation. Doesn't matter how you feel about third parties, the Democrats will always be corrupt beyond use. I disagree. I think that we can change that by, again, taking over the party. Exactly, Left Foo. You understand. Some people want a revolution but can't name two of their neighbors. Exactly. I just don't, number one, I don't believe in just like throwing up my hands and saying, fuck it, let's just dive right into the chaos of a violent revolution, because I don't embrace or appreciate people who push for human suffering. I just don't, as a principle, believe in that. And I think it's pretty shitty to do, right? So I don't really believe in that. If a revolution happens, then it happens, and we'll deal with that as we get to it. But I also don't believe. I just like, I don't know, like someone like Honesty in chat, right? Like they're over there being like, good luck, it's never happened. But their alternative is wait for the entire system to collapse and then try and do something. And it's just like, that doesn't work either. It just doesn't. You haven't built up any power. You haven't built up any people who are willing to work with you in that kind of a world.
I don't think we'll take over the party at any point, but I do think we can box out the GOP to the point where the left fractures and we can finally have.
I mean, I genuinely think that at this particular moment, there are enough people who are being activated, who are becoming aware of the failure of the democratic establishment, that we can, in fact, shatter the base of power. What is your alternative, Honesty? Maybe I was too hasty. Good morning, Manda's forehead. But also, I will put forward the idea that people who are changed by the democratic establishment are weak. and they were always weak.
Socialist versus corporatist instead of Dem versus fascist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is possible. I think it is possible to tone down the tone it down, right? Into that type of battle. Though my hunch is that the corporatists are always going to lean into the fascism because it helps them consolidate the power. It was a 2-part donut. Well, thank you for the 4 tier 1 subs. I was a doomer about changing the Dems from within until I saw the backlash at GOP town halls recently. If that can happen, then surely we can change this weak Dem party status quo. Yeah, I don't know. I think when you've got people like calling for blood at like Lincoln, Nebraska town halls, I don't know. I think now is the time to get like your liberal wine mom who's like talking about building guillotines. I think now is the time to like get them into politics and take over the Democratic Party with that energy, you know? Trying to get my days lined up where I can attend both my local Dems and local DSA meetings. Work has been the only thing preventing my last one. We're in this together and I need to do my part too. Hell yeah, Hexahedron. Wish I could show you guys how much my local meetings have changed in the last year because I cannot stress it enough. There are Dems who really don't care about ideology. All they want to do is whatever job they do in the party. It's true. Also, if you want to wait for it to collapse, look at what's happening in the UK. They're collapsing. You want that? Nah. Nah, I don't. Thank you, Manda's Forehead. Appreciate it. There's no limit to how bad things can get. There's no bottom. Things can always get worse. The only way things get better is when we learn from our mistakes and work to make things better. Exactly, Alex Young. I'm going to assume Youngroth? Like the J's kind of a Y sound? Or is it Jungroth? Either way, cool last name. But yeah. No, like, fundamentally, I believe in doing shit and not just sitting by and watching as things fall to ruin, imagining myself being a monarch on the ruins or leading a revolution on the ruins. I just reject that. I'm gonna fight for every goddamn inch of what we have. Make the fascists bleed. The PCO coordinator here, has been a centrist before, was talking about the need for a Democratic Tea Party. I mean, essentially, yeah. The Democratic Tea... I mean, the actual Tea Party was orders of magnitude smaller than anything that's been happening in Democratic circles recently. You would be pretty badass in a suit of power armor, standing on the rubble of a recently liberated capital, though. Yeah, but my issue is I'm not going to seek that out. You know, like, there are lefties who, like, LARP about that. And, like, I'm not one of those. Like, I want to do everything in my power to prevent society from collapsing. Because we kind of need society, you know, to live. It's Jungroth? Ah! I will argue with a lot with a lot of accelerationists on the internet. Ah. You're one of the good ones, Alex. I was told that the DSA has supported dictators in its history. Is that correct? I mean, it depends on what you mean by DSA, right? Because each local DSA is separate from every other DSA. So your local DSA is going to be different from my local DSA, assuming we're in different parts of the country. You're going to find a lot of different types of people who wind up in DSA. Some of them are going to be tankies. Which is why we need more sane people in DSA, frankly. Our DSAs are the same because Chad is in your walls? Oh god. I hate that. Question, so let's say the right gets everything they want. If society collapses, then what power will the right have? Also, assuming that they have power, what will they do with it? What would be the point of Congress if they're not going to do a damn thing and hand it to the Orange Man? It's self-enrichment. It's a mad grab for whatever power, whatever scraps, whatever payouts, whatever lobbying, kickbacks they can get. That's what's in it. Each individual member of the Republican Party is largely in it for that, And some of them are ideologically like true believers, but not all of them, and I would argue not most of them.
I'm amazed no one has tried to push Thomas the Tanky Engine.
Damn, that's good. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Assuming that they have power, what would they do with it? I mean, what they would do with it is strengthen, essentially, capital. They want to empower capital, their rich friends, to squeeze more money, more productivity out of each and every one of us, so that they can get more and more kickbacks. That's it. It's just their job as paid-off politicians and agents of capital is to help consolidate that capital in the hands of fewer and fewer people. That's it. Right? Honesty, I asked you what your plan, what your alternative was. I asked you for that, and you haven't given it, and I've been waiting. But if society collapses, then what power will the right have? Well, so there is a faction of the right that wants society to collapse. They're in the vein of like techno-feudalism. This is what, by the way, a lot of oligarchs like Peter Thiel, they want that to an extent, because if society collapses, then they can basically just be God kings, unquestioned, unparalleled. They will have a consolidated amount of power, money, wealth, etc. You answered? The last thing I see in chat from you is you don't change Dems, they change you. You don't know what my alternative is. That's literally the last thing I see in chat. I didn't miss it. I'm looking at all of the chats. They think they'll be Immortan Joe, and
They think they'll be Immortan Joe and forget how that movie ended.
I mean, essentially, yeah. Maybe one of the mods in mod chat can see that message, but I think I'm in mod chat, and I can't see it. Let me take a look. Turned on a new setting. Did that reveal it? It did not, in fact, reveal it. Oh, guerrilla warfare. I mean, okay. So your alternative to building power is simply waging a guerrilla war against both Democrats and Republicans. All right. You might want to keep that further on the DL, though. Well, your first answer got ate up by YouTube chat, and neither mods nor me saw it. Saw your second answer, and it's... I mean, I gotta be honest, it's about as dumb as I thought it would be. But, again, I would encourage you, if you're not LARPing, to get the fuck off the internet with that shit. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm literally looking at your chat messages, by the way, Mr. Sassy Pants, and even in the chat logs of the YouTube chat, you didn't answer twice.
But how will wars among great apes help?
I mean, great apes, they don't have wars, do they? Like, they're just chilling, eating. Like, I don't know what great apes eat. Yeah, chimpanzees do have great, like, big wars. That's true. I don't like that, though. But, like, do the silverbacks do? I don't know. I don't think we're great apes. I think we're not so great apes. I prefer bonobos. They make love? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, God.
The Tea Partiers radicalized the Republicans because they didn't just throw up their hands and say, well, it's impossible, before even trying.
It's true. Bonobos fuck is a way to say hi. I'm really glad we don't do that. You know, a lot of you guys are writing bonobos solve their conflicts with sex, and that just makes me think like Gene Roddenberry would have loved that concept, and it would have been in so many more episodes of Star Trek. God, that'd be top tier. Okay, honesty though, I can't allow you to be in my chat talking and advocating for guerrilla warfare for obvious reasons, both for your safety and like others. So I appreciate you, but again, for your own sake, take that shit offline. Fixer at home, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate you. Remember how the US government was toppled because one guy bombed the federal government building in Oklahoma City? It's the kind of idea the guy on YouTube is suggesting. I mean, it is, frankly. And for obvious reasons, I can't allow that in my chat because, again, you shouldn't be talking about your desire to wage a guerrilla war publicly. Like if you're doing that already, you're too big of a dumbass to actually wage a guerrilla war. Like What about Guerrilla's War? Hoo, hoo. Yeah, Matt Netanyahu, I started, like, the first season of Star Trek The Next Generation is, very weirdly horny. Like, I got to the episode where Wesley Crusher is, like, put on trial or is going to be sentenced to death for, like, walking on roses or something. And just, like, it's like it's just like the young, hot, like, sexy planet where everyone's just like, yeah, we just have sex all the time for fun. It was really weird. Have I ever seen Red Dwarf? I've seen bits and pieces of Red Dwarf, but I've never sat down and watched it. I should fix that. I need to watch Red Dwarf, Babylon 5, and a couple other shows. I need to finish my rewatch of Farscape too. We are so far afield. I still have 2 like major downer sections to get through, but like, damn. Oh, Archangel, it's okay. They already got yeeted.
TNG Season 1 had the same costumer as Tos, who was secretly gay. He came out before TNG, and so there are a lot of sexy male costumes in Season 1.
Hell yeah. Did we cover DC? Nope, that's the next segment, Banana Brains. Guys, if you're contemplating taking up arms against the government, against tyranny, right? Don't go on to a very public place and talk about how that's what you think you think people should do. That's a bad idea. I can't stress enough how bad an idea that is. Have you watched Jennifer Welch rail about Trump? The swearing is ultimate. I had so many segments that I needed to get done today, and I guarantee tomorrow, barring if we manage to get through the 2 segments I really want to get through today, right? If we manage to get through the 2 segments I really want to get through today, then tomorrow, we're gonna have ourselves a buffet of Ben Shapiro being a goddamn moron and Brett Cooper. And I gotta tell you guys, I gotta tell you guys, the Brett Cooper stuff is top tier. It's some fucking top tier just silliness. Toas, that's what I mean. The bonobo approach. The Washington, D.C. grinder approach. I agree. What was the first segment? Oh god, we've been live for almost 5 hours. I don't remember what the first segment was. I think the first segment was us covering a fuck, marry, kill segment that inexplicably Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles created. I think that was the first segment. Yeah, we've been going for a while. Yeah, look, all I'm saying is Daily Wire is really they're really bottoming out. Is a bonobo like a labubu? Michael Knowles audibly talks about fucking men in that segment, which that was wild. It started at the bottom, now I'm a bottom at the top. Oh god. Okay, folks. All right. We've petered out. It's time for us to jump in. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about something pretty serious, which is that Donald Trump has issued a second Liberation Day. You know, because if you didn't feel sufficiently liberated by the tariffs, well, guess what? We've got another Liberation Day. Maybe we're gonna be liberated once a month. I don't know. I think he might have actually forgotten that there was a previous Liberation Day already. But literally, the White House put out a statement calling it's Liberation Day in Washington, D.C. Because... oh, God. Just links to the Twitter account. This is Liberation Day in DC, and we're going to take our capital back. So what does that mean? Well, effectively, Donald Trump has declared a crime emergency in the District of Columbia, and has said that crime is so substantial, so severe, so rampant, that the only solution is to, send out the National Guard into Washington, D.C. Yeah, it's a crime emergency, Rainbow Krampus. Exactly. Okay? So, basically, we're not going to read through the entire press release because it's just stupid. All right? But it is scary. Right? Using the military to essentially occupy Washington, D.C. That's terrifying, right?
Liberation Day 2, the aliens came back despite ICE's best efforts, dang interfering courts.
Indeed, Pluvius. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So, essentially what's happening here, folks, is that due to how the nature of how Washington, D.C. is set up, the president has broader authority over Washington, D.C. and its National Guard than other places in the country, right? Because Washington, D.C. has no governor, the president can effectively call up the National Guard at will, right? And what happens is that for 48 hours, the president can call up the National Guard. If he wants to call up the National Guard for longer, he has to notify different people on different committees in Congress, okay? And that appears to have happened. So what we can expect and what we can look at going forward is essentially that for the next 30 days, the National Guard and various federal agencies are going to be swarming around Washington, D.C. And anything longer than 30 days requires action from Congress. Now, I believe that action from Congress is not going to be forthcoming. I think that it requires 60 votes in Congress. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure requires 60 votes in the Senate in order to actually do anything to make it more permanent, right? So my hope is that this is a political stunt to essentially try and show his base he's doing something. That being said, this is also the military occupying the capital of the United States. And that is really, really concerning. Yeah. So Donald Trump has also federalized the police of Washington, D.C. And I do want to point out that so far, all of these things that he has done under the Home Act are legal. Like, these are legal maneuvers that he can do. They're being done for no reason, but he can do them. Now, when we're talking about crime, when we're talking about this rampant crime, what are we talking about? Like, what is the inciting incident here? Because there's always an inciting incident when it comes to Donald Trump, right? Well, there are two major factors in Donald Trump suddenly freaking out about the crime in Washington, D.C., all right? What are they? Well, let's take to Donald Trump's Truth Social to find out about one of them. Look at this. It's Donald Trump, retruthing a few days ago. This image. This is an image of Big Balls. That's right. Doge employee. Apparently allegedly carjacked by two 15-year-olds. And dude got his ass handed to him by teenagers, I guess. So, yep. Here is what Trump had to say about that. Crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control. Local youths and gang members, some only 14, 15, and 16 years old, are randomly attacking, mugging, maiming, and shooting innocent citizens. At the same time, knowing that they are almost immediately released. They are not afraid of law enforcement because they know nothing ever happens to them, but it's going to happen now. The law in D.C. must be changed to prosecute these minors as adults and lock them up for a long time, starting at age 14. The most recent victim was beaten mercilessly by local thugs. Washington, D.C. must be safe, clean, and beautiful for all Americans and, importantly, for the world to see. If D.C. doesn't get its act together and quickly, we'll have no choice but to take federal control of the city and run this city how it should be run and put criminals on notice that they're not going to get away with it anymore. Perhaps it should have been done a long time ago, then this incredible young man and so many others would not have had to go through the horrors of violent crime. If this continues, I'm going to exert my powers and federalize this city. Make America great again. Yeah, so, remember when I said this guy got bodied by 15-year-olds? Sorry, I meant a 14, 15, and 16-year-old. And, yeah, the guy who's currently, embroiled in a scandal about, thinking that teenagers are adults, coming out and saying teenagers should be treated as adults, that doesn't help your case there. Also, Donald Trump doesn't have the ability to force children to be tried as adults. That's not a thing that can happen. Okay? Yeah, remember how we covered a story earlier about how Donald Trump hit on like a 15 or 16-year-old girl? Yeah. It was gross. And now he's wanting to hit 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. Edward, the crime situation in Washington, just like our southern border, where 0 illegals entered in the last 3 months, will be a safe place very soon. Thank you for your bravery and heart. Stay tuned. Yeah, so basically, he's been teeing this up for the last couple days, and it's real weird. Here's a press conference he did about it just a couple days ago.
And by the way, I have to say that somebody from Doge was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C. And either they're going to straighten their act out.
So crime must be up. Crime must be up because nobody threatened Trump's BBs before this. 2 Central Park's worth of teens tried to jack and make off with Trump's BBs.
Yeah, you can't make off with somebody's BBs.
In the terms of government and in terms of protection, we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run. But it's not a question of...
Also, dude looks terrible. Dude looks terrible. His eyes are like disappearing into his skull.
We have great people, secretaries and all, working with Doge and cutting with I said with a scalpel as opposed with an axe. This cutting with a anymore. And by the way, I have to...
It's just... Anyway, so Big Balls got busted, right? And the other incident, you might, if you pay attention to conservative media a lot, like I do, have encountered this other story, which is essentially the story of a brawl in Cincinnati. And essentially, I mean, let's see if we can, do we have the video? This is an ad. There we go. So, this is from Cincinnati.com. Shows a video of the incident. It does censor the expletives and several uses of a racial slur. Let's take a look. Racial slurs repeatedly used by one of the men police say was a victim. Slur has been censored in this video. So basically, what's happening here is a couple of drunk white guys started calling a bunch of black guys racial slurs. And a very predictable thing happened. They got their asses beat.
He's 62! 62 years old!
Yeah, just like a fucking drunk off his ass, calling random strangers slurs.
I'm a 62-year-old man. What was that?
I'm a 62-year-old man wandering drunkenly in the street, shouting racial slurs at strangers. Respect my authority. Like, yeah. Now, of course, conservatives all across the media spectrum, you know, your Brett Coopers, your Ben Shapiros, your Matt Walshes in particular, have latched onto this story as like, well, I mean, a black mob full of hatred for white people attacked brutally these white men minding their own business. And like, that is not, in fact, what actually happened. I mean, and this, of course, has continued to escalate. Here's Benny Johnson, and in fact, one of the legislators who is in this clip threatening to withhold funding to the city of Cincinnati because a guy shouting racial slurs at black people got beat up.
If people say, my God, look at this woman, we're going to take care of her. And then the leadership of the city is saying basically that she deserved it. And now a police spokesperson is saying that she's...
Oh, yes. A white woman who was with these people also got hit in the face.
Some sort of Russian national. And all these people are still in office. They're all getting paid by the taxpayer. And what I've said to the city is very simple, Benny. I'm going to go down there next week. I'm going to deliver them a letter. They're going to have 30 days to put together a plan to protect the civil rights of all their citizens, regardless of their race. And if they don't do that, I'm going to ask all the federal agencies to suspend federal funding of Cincinnati, which would kill me because Cincinnati is a great city. I want to help Cincinnati, but we have to draw a line in the sand, Benny. We cannot let our cities be gone forever. We will not let these radicals take our cities. We deserve to have great American cities, and we have to draw a line in the sand here. So that's what's going on. It is absolutely infuriating because, again, that is not to be repetitive. I just think of myself. If that was me and my wife out to dinner and somebody did that to my wife, I don't have words for what I would do.
Cool. Cool stuff.
We need to bring back shame and pressure. The bigots are too emboldened.
It's really, really true. You know? God. Also, here is another bit of footage. I've not, in fact, I'm going to leave this muted because I've not, in fact, made sure it is censored. So, yeah, this is another image of like dudes squaring up, trying to fight. Again, the image being broadcast across conservative media is all of these black guys beat up these white guys, and like, no, that white guy is like squaring up to fight multiple times. Oh, and look at our old boy. And then they started using racial slurs after squaring up to fight. This isn't like, come on. And again, this is how like Benny Johnson is covering it, right? Black mob suspects identified after attack on white Ohio couple. Big W for internet outrage. Trump.
This place, and you have every damn right to feel free to walk the streets knowing that you are not going to be targeted by animals for your skin color like some type of failed third world state.
Yeah, you know, he's just calling black people animals. Like, cool. Where I'm not going to subject you, by the way, to this entire 12.5-minute, like, screen. But, like, gotta be honest, it's not a black mob, like, descends upon innocent white couple. Like, no, they were squaring up to fight random black strangers and using racial slurs. Like, it's a mutual fight at that point, and it's one that these white people instigated by, you know, being super fucking offensive and racist. You know? It's just ridiculous. But this is what is being used. These two incidents, just these two, just big balls being beat, and two racists getting, or three racists getting their ass beat in Cincinnati. And that is what is triggering Donald Trump to say crime is out of whack in Washington, D.C. We must deploy the military. That's it. That's it. So, understand that for Donald Trump, he's like, Cincinnati, all the crime. And one assault in Washington, D.C. against a Doge employee. We must deploy the National Guard. That doesn't make sense. That's insane. That's insane. And understand that, like...
What about that one white guy holding the other white guy back? What about white-on-white violence?
Yeah, what about that? They never... Weirdly enough, Republicans never talk about white-on-white violence. Such... You know, it's so weird. You know? Huh. But I gotta just throw out there, like, it's just a flimsy pretext. And that's all it was ever going to be. It's just lies. Right? Here, by the way, I went and looked at the FBI Crime Data Explorer, by the way, because oddly enough, you can still actually reach this, and it still reports data somehow. Simric, that's some woke nonsense right there. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But yeah, this still reports data, and you can actually... You know, make this smaller here, and you can take a look at the crime in 2024. Take a look here. Let's see. Okay, we have the entire year of 2024. Hate crime in the United States. So interesting. Let's just take a quick gander here. And you'll find... Oh, what's this? Huh. Bias types. Anti-black or African-American. 3,185. To, 851 anti-white. That's so interesting. It's weird that despite white people making up the majority of the population in the United States, black people are still... several orders of magnitude times more targeted. That's crazy. That's weird. What could possibly explain that in the United States? No, it must be that there's an epidemic of anti-white violence. That's the only explanation. Also, just as an FYI, kind of unrelated, sort of related. Here's Donald Trump earlier today being both racist and dementia-addled. Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett is a low, very IQ individual, much in the mold of AOC plus 3 gang of country-destroying morons, only slightly dumber. Each of these political hacks should be forced to take a cognitive exam, much like the one I recently took while getting my physical at our great Washington, D.C. military hospital. As the doctor said, President Trump aced it, something that is rarely seen. These radical left lunatics would all fail this test in a spectacular show of stupidity and incompetence. Take the test. I just... Y'all, he's so mentally cooked. He's so mentally cooked, and I'm pretty sure the cognitive exam he's talking about is still that person camera computer test that he took like 5 years ago. I'm pretty sure he's still talking about that. I don't think he's talking about a different one. That's crazy. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. That wasn't, by the way, an IQ test or a cognitive test. That was a dementia test, baby. God. Anyway, you have people coming out of the woodwork here. Speaker Mike Johnson, President Trump is right. We can't allow crime to destroy our nation's capital. Every American should be able to visit and enjoy Washington, D.C. without fear. House Republicans support this effort to clean up Washington, end the crime wave, and restore the beauty of the greatest capital in the world. MAGA. Like, y'all live and work in Washington, D.C. Y'all know this is full of bullshit. You know this is bullshit.
We completely agree with the
By the way, here's Donald Trump is just like retruthing people who agree with him. DC Police Union Chairman Greg Pemberton, we completely agree with the president that crime in the District of Columbia is out of control and something needs to be done with it.
President that crime in the District of Columbia is out of control and something needs to be done with it. We have to go back to how we got here, though. In 2020, the D.C. City Council passed an enormous amount of legislation that handcuffed police officers, exposes them to administrative, civil, and even criminal liability, even when they do their jobs properly. And now, 5 years later, our authorized sworn strength is 4,000 sworn police officers. We currently have 3,180. So we have more than 800 vacancies for the position of police officer. And the way the department makes up for that gap is through 2 million hours of mandatory overtime.
Also, just as an FYI, one of the reasons there's a deficit of police officers compared to what they say they need is because Congress didn't apportion funding for Washington, D.C. Like, the city had to mostly shut down, like, its government programs and funding because they weren't passing a budget for Washington, D.C.
every year. So the fact that we need help from federal law enforcement and maybe even the National Guard, it shouldn't come as a surprise, and we agree with that. I think one of the issues here, though, is that we all know that's going to be temporary. So in order to fix this problem and make sure that it doesn't ebb and flow and that the feds come in and we lower crime and then they leave and we're left holding the bag, it's very important that people know that there is underlying legislation that needs to be corrected so that we can actually properly staff this police department in order to properly police the city.
So cool. So, such a cool time we live in. Also, this is also unrelated to what we're talking about, but I wanted to include it to keep things light. Earlier today, a statement from Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. God will not be tariffed. And I know this is all a very serious situation, but I gotta say... What? Oh, sorry. Gold will not be tariffed. It would be so much better if it said God, though. I'm just illiterate. I'm just illiterate. That said gold. I'm just illiterate. You guys don't understand. I've been faking my ability to read this entire time. That being said, it's still fucking funny. Gold will not be tariffed. Which, like, okay. Why would you? What on earth would... Why would you even need to put out that statement? Like, yeah, all of you worried about your gold investments being tariffed. Don't worry. All of you senior citizens who invested in the gold market with your gold bullions. Jack, that's impressive you got an English degree while illiterate. Look, I studied a lot of picture books. That's not true. I read a lot of books. Fuck. What does gold need with a starship? Fuck, that was funny. Now, of course, there's a big problem with the narrative that Donald Trump is trying to spin here with the idea that there are just roving gangs of black people looking to commit hate crimes against innocent white folk, and that there's just a rampant spike in crime, that like the crime wave is just ripping through Washington D.C. like a gigantic hurricane, just battering the coastline of Washington D.C. All right, a spiritual maelstrom. There's a big problem with that, and that is that the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia earlier this year put out this page that is still on the DOJ's website. Violent crime in D.C. hits 30-year low. Oh, what? In addition to the overall violent crime reduction, homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%, armed carjackings are down 53%, assaults with a dangerous weapon are down 27% when compared with 2023 levels, with the district reporting the fewest assaults with dangerous weapons and burglaries in over 30 years. The strategy of this office began to employ shortly after I came into this role has been to work with our law enforcement partners to focus on the drivers of violence. Those gangs are crews of people who are dealing drugs, protecting turf, committing carjackings, and other robberies, all well armed. It takes time to develop these investigations and prosecutions, but this is the fruit of that labor, a reduction in the violent crime that DC is now showing. So, yeah. This data reflects that in the first half of 2024, the office was able to charge at the time of arrest more than 90% of arrests for violent crimes committed with guns, and nearly 70% of gun possession arrests. The office continues to investigate many of those arrests, even if it does not charge on the day of the arrest. Also, in the first half of 2024, the office obtained convictions in approximately 75% of these gun-related cases. So, oddly enough, this is one of the most historic, like, crime reductions in DC history. And just got to point out that, like, yeah, this is kind of manipulated, to say the least. For example, Bogota, right? The murder rate in Bogota is that low. The murder rate in the wider country is actually higher than Washington, D.C.'s. Again, like, all of the data that is being put out is just, it's manipulated, or it's just simply a lie, or it's, you know, it's ridiculous. Like, the AP put out a fact check almost as soon as the press conference he did today was put out there, right? It's just so full of shit. We're not experiencing a spike in crime, according to Mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser. In fact, we're watching our crime numbers go down. Like, the mayor of the city had to come out literally immediately afterwards and say, no, actually, there's no emergencies. Like, in 2023, the District of Columbia recorded 274 murders in a city of about 700,000, its highest number in 20 years. But the city's own crime statistics from the 70s, 80s, and 90s, when the population was smaller, show much higher numbers of homicides. In 1990, for instance, the city reported 498 homicides. The next year saw 509. And 460 in 1992. So literally, you can go back to the 90s, and there are higher rates of crime. You can go back to the 80s, and there are higher rates of crime. You can go back to the 70s, and there are higher rates of crime. Literally, you have to go back to the 1960s to find a similar level for the murder rate. It is so much lower right now than it was in, like, the last 60 years. It's just bullshit. It's all just a pretense to exert state power. And one might hope that that state power is limited to merely flexing and not actually using that power and expanding on that. But understand, and yes, K-Fox, we do need DC statehood. Because a lot of what is happening right now is a direct result of the failures of Democrats to actually play hardball with politics. This would have been avoided if DC had statehood, because it would be a state. Washington, D.C. might be a city. It has a larger population than many states in the country. And of course, you have people on the ground in D.C. fighting the good fight. If you are in D.C., I encourage you to join these protests.
This is not about crime. This is about control. This is not about public safety. This is about power. We are a part of a long, rich movement of people fighting for liberation. And so I invite you all to join me in this quick call and response. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to fight for our freedom. It is our duty to win. It is our duty to win. We must love each other and support each other. We must love each other and support each other. We have nothing to lose but our chains. 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 I'll say.
Badass. Badass. Okay? We need people to organize and fight. We need people to actually show up, march, be loud. 50-51 D.C. This morning, President Trump declared a public safety emergency in Washington, D.C. and deployed the National Guard onto our streets. This is not safety. This is an unconstitutional power grab that threatens the rights of D.C. residents. Our city is not a war zone. And I gotta put out there, guys, the best case scenario here is that this is merely an attempt at deflection. This is merely a flex of power to rally his base. This is merely him trying to keep his promises. But that is not at all likely. This is this is a fascist power grab. That's what it is. LA was a trial run. And you know what? The people in LA, they fought the good fight. They got the National Guard out of there. Hats off to LA. And we need people. We need people. We need people in DC, right? We need people in DC to, like, step up. And you know what? To their credit, people in DC are stepping up. All right? Here's one of the most iconic members of the DC community stepping up.
What? You see these fascists right here? In our fascists? Fuck you! Fuck you, fascists! Shame! 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 Shame!
Y'all laughing, but that's the truth though. We really talking real shit. Y'all need to do some background studying about the Federal Bar Association.
Genuine hero.
Came in.
What vehicle?
The ones they pulled up in. These fascists.
Oh, the fascists? Sorry, the federal buy investigators.
Where did they? What vehicles did they show up in?
They showed up in unmarked.
Where are they? Where?
Right, it's the white truck right there. The white car in front of there.
That white Jeep over there.
All the white cars.
All those white cars.
Yeah.
They for the man. Yo! Hey, Daddy, come on, man. Let's go get him, bro. Let's get that nigga.
No.
This dude is unironically so fucking cool. This dude is so fucking cool.
No, you don't gotta be Superman. No.
Bro. It's not working. Fuck them, bro. Stop the drama. Little blue. It's not fucking worth it. Come on, Brian.
Fight the fucking crowd, man.
Take a fucking way. You busy?
Motherfucker! Oh!
Oh! It's fucking done! It's fucking done!
He cooked him!
Go, man, go!
I tell them catch me up in traffic if they ever ask, I won't speak on what happened. Money talk, man, speaking of fast, and they don't play with me, he gon' sleep in the cast.
Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Sandwich Chad Sandwich Chad. Make this sandwich famous. Like, that's the kind of energy we need to meet these people with. You know, don't be afraid of these fascist fucks. We're in scary times, but these people... These people in ICE, they're weak. They're weak as hell. It's why they joined ICE in the first place. Which side are you on? Exactly, in silico. That's so fucking good. What's the TLDW of the video? Oh, a guy is really fucking pissed off to see ICE in Washington, D.C. And so he gets up in the face of ICE officers and keeps calling them fascist fucks. And eventually just like point blank hurls a sandwich at one of them and then just takes off running as they try and arrest him. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I'm guessing a cold cut of some kind of not seeing much sauce. There should be sauce, though. Needed that? Look, we're in scary times, but that doesn't mean we can't be silly, alright? Also, let's be real here. Those ICE agents in full gear are not going to outrun that guy. That guy was like hitting a stride. Yeah, that was good. But I will also point out we do now have to watch the press conference, and it's a doozy. We'll see how much juice I have for this. It's bizarre. It is bizarre and rambly as hell. Yeah, Janine Pirro is like the district attorney of DC now. Kash Patel always looks so scared.
Wow.
God, he lumbers.
I've been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ball.
Like, dude, I do believe that two things can be possible, by the way. Number one, I think that this guy can be a dumbass and that we live in, like, stupid times and he doesn't understand what he's doing. And two, this can still be a fascist power grab. Like, just because it is stupid doesn't make it less fascist. I think we all need to understand that basic concept, because I do think this guy did not think through any of the ramifications of this. But unfortunately, he has an awful lot of power, and his instinct is to consolidate it.
Ballroom. And that's happening. It's going to be a beautiful ballroom. This is really
25 minutes late, we all waited and left.
A lot of people, most I've ever seen in this room. And we're here for a very serious purpose, very serious purpose. Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly like we did on the southern border. I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse. This is Liberation Day in D.C., and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back.
He sounds so tired. So, like, he sounds so out of it.
Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening.
He looks like he's about to fall asleep.
They've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish.
Why couldn't Trump do this on during January 6th? He could have.
Law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it, too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you
see, that sounds to me like a threat. You know, like he's. Oh, so many of you must be here because you don't want to be raped and shot and killed, huh? Like, oh, okay. I don't think their main concern was walking into work today, actually.
all know people and friends of yours that...
Also, dude, the dude saying this is literally an accused rapist. And in the case of E. Jean Carroll, was found liable for rape. And so is Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth is also an alleged rapist.
Happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something.
You can't even buy a newspaper these days. What kind of a city do we live in? Most people on most days, the 99.9% of people can go and buy a newspaper just fine.
And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth, much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has...
Again, this is all just lies. Literally, the latest crime statistics we have, all of these have dropped significantly.
More than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know.
You know, it's so strange. Why you reference? It's 2025. Why are you referencing numbers from 2023? That's so weird. Why would he do that instead of referencing last year's numbers? Huh. Maybe he just forgot. Or maybe it's just very inconvenient for his narrative. Goddamn illiterate loser.
What that means, because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless...
Roving gangs of wild youth. It's like the Warriors out there. Every day I come into the White House and I hear from outside my window, "Warriors, come out and play." And I think to myself, this used to be a great city.
People, and we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but...
See what I mean? Dude is just cooked. 3 months in a row, we had 0 people come into the country. I don't know if that's right. I'm just making it up. I'm just playing with you. But 0 people for the last 3 months might be lies.
Why is he talking about him and his buddies like that? Damn.
God, his spots. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
People that do the work. It's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said 0 for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And You know, when you say take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities.
When you say take a look at some numbers, I just saw some charts. Also, no one said anything, bud. Dude, no one said anything. Also, Paul Martin, the Warriors game was fantastic.
Throughout the world. Red is, okay, the red is a place called Washington, D.C. Look at these. Baghdad is, we doubled up on Baghdad.
Like, dog, what is this? You're bragging about passing a cognitive test? Baghdad is, we doubled up on Baghdad. We doubled up on it. He has no idea what those charts are saying. He has absolutely no idea. This is, I almost guarantee you, this is like the first time he's actually looked at these papers.
Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica.
Brasilia. Oh, Brasilia, my favorite. I love Brasilia.
Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned. Lima, Peru. All double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see, look at the kind of...
You know, Chloe, I would love for reporters to ask him actual follow-up questions like that. Like, hi, sir, I brought you a map. Can you locate the country of Brasilia for me? And then just watch him sweat. Like, genuinely, like, just ask him basic-ass follow-up questions. Did the random bullshit he says all the time.
Numbers we have. D.C., 41 per 100,000. Number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that. That where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication.
Just as an FYI, just as a little bit of an FYI, here's Newsweek. Full list of America's most dangerous cities as Trump cracks down on DC. Just take a look. Oh god. All right. Below are the 30 U.S. cities with at least 100,000 residents that had the highest number of crimes against people per 100,000 per the latest FBI data report. Let's take a look. Memphis, Tennessee, Cleveland, Ohio, Toledo, Ohio, Little Rock, Arkansas, Peoria, Illinois, Springfield, Illinois, Detroit, Michigan, Akron, Ohio, Beaumont, Texas, Rockford, Illinois, Evansville, Indiana, Dayton, Ohio, Nashville, Tennessee, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Springfield, Missouri, Chicago, Illinois, Salt Lake City, Utah, Springfield, Massachusetts, North Charleston, South Carolina, Corpus Christi, Texas, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Albany, New York, Buffalo, New York, Kansas City, Missouri, Shreveport, Louisiana, Baltimore, Maryland, Houston, Texas, New Haven, Connecticut, Las Cruces, New Mexico, Lansing, Michigan. And weirdly absent from this list is Washington, D.C. Weirdly absent from this list of places with the most reported crime per 100,000 residents is Washington, D.C. That's so strange, isn't it?
There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit because he was asked to
Yeah, by the way, people who live in those cities also don't want National Guard deployed because most people are totally fine in those cities.
Phony numbers on
New York City wasn't even on the list, Ms. Genderlin.
Crime. And we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster.
It looks like it's going down, but it's not going down. Just trust me. Don't look up the information from my own FBI.
And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. Every American has a constitutional right to be able to access and petition their government in safety, and countless federal officials and employees likewise have the right to carry out their jobs in peace without being shot. As you know, I lost a very good person a while ago, was shot waiting for his wife. He was in the car. They robbed his car. They shot him. They killed him like it was nothing to it.
I lost a very good person, shot and killed one of my best friends. His name was Jeffrey Epstein. It was really, really sad.
She was walking to the car. It's a horror show. This issue directly impacts the functioning of the federal.
This person was really, really important to me, but I won't name them because reasons.
Government, and is a threat to America, really. It's a threat to our country. We have other cities also that are bad, very bad. You look at...
I can't name them, otherwise I would have to release the rest of the files.
Chicago, how bad it is. You look at Los Angeles, how bad it is. We have other cities that are very bad. New York has a problem. And then you have, of course, Baltimore and Oakland. We don't even mention that anymore. They're so far gone.
Also, by the way, Baltimore and Oakland. You remember when I just read off that list of 30 different cities? Neither of those cities were on that goddamn list. You know it's really weird when you look at that list of cities with the most crime per 100,000 residents. There's a recurring pattern where most of them are in red states. That's so strange.
We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to lose our cities over this.
Was Baltimore low?
And this will go further. We're starting very strongly with DC.
As I said earlier, I'm illiterate.
And we're going to clean it up real quick, very quickly, as they say. Days ago, a former member of the Doge staff was savagely beaten by a band of roving thugs after defending a young woman from an attempted carjacking.
Let's take a look at this, because I have not heard that detail before. Let's see. Okay, so I'm sorry. So in this incident, right? The attempted carjacking unfolded early Sunday morning in Northwest Washington, D.C., according to a police statement. Big Balls and a woman were standing next to their car on Swan Street, several blocks from Logan Circle, when they were allegedly accosted by multiple suspects, according to police. The suspects demanded the victim's vehicle and then assaulted one of the victims, according to the police statement. A police cruiser arrived as the assault was in progress, prompting the suspects to flee on foot. Officers at the scene were able to quickly catch two of them, a boy and a girl, according to police. So, by the way, this was an unarmed attempted carjacking. So, the group of youths beat Big Balls with their bare hands. Okay? And, also, police arrived almost instantly. Police arrived within like a couple minutes, but we still need to deploy the National Guard. Police arrived while it was still in process, arrested two of them, But we need to deploy the National Guard. What if other children have fist fights? You know, what if other children think of having fist fights? The horror. No. Two 15-year-olds. Two 15-year-olds, okay? Not two 14-year-olds, two 15-year-olds. Totally different. There are others believed to be at large. But because teenagers did it, you know, youths. We need the National Guard. The youths are too powerful.
He was left dripping in blood. He thought he was dead with a broken nose.
He thought he was dead? Dude, he was fine.
And concussion. Can't believe that he's alive. He can't believe it. In June, a 21-year-old congressional intern.
He was treated on the scene. They let him go home.
Was tragic.
God, everything's so
Tragically
dumb.
killed after being hit by a stray bullet in a drive-by shooting. A former Trump administration official named Mike Gill, fantastic person, was murdered last year in cold blood in a car.
Yeah, Big Balls is only 19.
Blocks
It's literally a fight between teenagers.
away from the White House. We all knew him.
Oh, come on. Why are we doing this?
Great person. Waiting for his wife as she was walking
What the hell? Maybe I need
to the
refresh.
car. A Democrat congressman was also carjacked at gunpoint not far from the Capitol. We all knew him. Great person. Waiting for his wife as she was walking to the car. A Democrat congressman was also
I
carjacked
think that's actually part of the stream. Bizarre.
at gunpoint not far from the Capitol. And in 2023, an aide to Senator Rand Paul was stabbed in the chest and head by a demented lunatic as he walked down the street, just absolutely for no reason. Horrifically, last July 4th weekend, a 3-year-old girl was shot in the head and killed while sitting in a car near the Capitol. It's becoming a situation of complete and total lawlessness. And we're getting rid of the slums, too. We have slums here. We're getting rid of them. I know it's not politically correct. You'll say, oh, so terrible. No, we're getting rid of the slums where they live.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're gonna get rid of the slums. What are you talking? Like you're gonna bulldoze the buildings? This is just nonsense.
Caravans of mass youth rampage through city streets at...
Dude is just doing conservative word association at this point. Yeah, the youths of Washington, D.C. have formed caravans now, just like those undocumented immigrants coming up from Latin America. Like, okay.
All times of the day. There are ATVs, motorbikes. They travel pretty well. Entire neighborhoods are now under emergency curfews. Just this past weekend...
Not the ATVs and motorbikes. The horror. Why, that's like driving an M1 Abrams tank down the road.
Gunfire went through, and you saw that, the Navy Yard. I saw it this morning. They saw that they fought back against law. See, they fight back until you knock the hell out of them, because it's the only language they understand. But they fought back against law enforcement last night.
Until you knock the hell out of them. That's the only language they understand. Says the guy who pardoned 1,600 people who assaulted police officers on January 6th. Oh, okay. Yeah, bud.
And they're not going to be fighting back long, because I've instructed them, and told them, whatever happens, you know, they love to spit in the face of the police as the police are standing up there in uniform. They're standing and they're screaming at them an inch away from their face. And then they start spitting in their face. And I said, you tell them, you spit and we hit. And they can hit real hard. It's a disgusting thing. I've watched that for years, for 3-4 years. I've watched them. The police are standing, and they're told, don't do anything under any search. So and you can see they want to get at it. And they're standing there, and people are spitting in their face, and they're not allowed to do anything. But now they are allowed to do whatever the hell they want. This dire public safety crisis stems directly from the abject failures of the city's local leadership. The radical left city council adopted no cash bail. By the way, every place in the country where you have no cash bail is a disaster. That's what started the problem in New York, and they don't change it. They don't want to change it. That's what started it in Chicago.
Why would
I mean,
not
bad
imprisoning someone
politicians
because they're
started it, bad leadership started
Why
it,
would
but
that be
was
bad?
The one thing that's central.
Conservatives
no cash
never
bail.
explain
Somebody
it.
murders somebody and they're out on no cash bail before the day is out. We're going to end that in Chicago. We're going to change the statute. I spoke with Pam and Todd and everybody. We're going to change the statute, and I'm going to have to get the Republicans to vote because the Democrats are weak on crime. Totally weak on crime. They don't know why. They want to stop because they get mugged too. But we're going to change no cash bail. We're going to change the statute and get rid of some of the other things. And we'll count on the Republicans in Congress and Senate to vote. We have the majority, so we'll vote. We don't have a big majority, but we've gotten everything, including the great, big, beautiful bill. Got that done, and that's one of the greatest things that's ever happened to people in this country. They're starting to figure it out, how good it is. Biggest tax cut in history. So many things. But we'll be able to get that done. So, Todd, if you and Pam can draw up things working with the people, I'll get it passed. We'll get it passed with the Republicans. Probably won't get, think of this, probably won't get one Democrat vote because they have no idea what they're doing. That's why they want men playing in women's sports. That's why they want transgender for everybody transgender. And they just got walloped in an election, in a landslide, and they haven't changed one thing.
This was the closest election in like modern history in the United States, but also everybody's transgender now. You get a trans, and you get a trans, and you get a trans. Look under your seats. I've transed all of you.
The other day, the certain gentleman who was a very well-known politician, Democrat, was fighting like hell that men should be allowed to play in women's sport. They just don't get it.
What are you talking
They said it's
about?
an 80-20 issue, and I think it's a 97-3 issue. And I don't know who the three are. I've never heard anybody nobody's ever come up to me, sir.
I love how all of his anecdotes about people who are doing things, like right now, are always vague as hell. Like, there's somebody who wants all trans people to play sports. I'm not going to say who, though. You all know. Very prominent.
Have to let men play in women's sports. You have to do it, sir. Nobody's ever approached me. I don't know where this issue is.
Yeah, by the way, he's using the military to seize control of Washington, D.C. You'd never guess it from listening to the actual speech, would you?
It comes from. Never seen anything like it.
Once everybody is trans, then no one will be trans.
But they turned our nation's capital into a sanctuary jurisdiction. That's the other thing. We have to get rid of sanctuary cities as quickly as possible. We're going to do it, too. We have to. Because it's sanctuary for criminals. Releasing illegal alien gang members onto the streets in 2022, nearly 70% of criminals arrested in Washington went unprosecuted. That's not going to happen with the group we have standing aside. And
Wait. Just because someone is arrested doesn't mean charges are pressed. Number one. Number two, sometimes those arrests or charges aren't meritorious at all.
Jack, When we all transition, do I get to pick my new gender, or is it drawn from the will of 7,000 genders?
Wow, why limit yourself to 7,000? Okay, let's add another 2,000 on there. Maybe 2001.
Standing behind me. And at the Metropolitan Police Department, it's now reached a small number relatively compared to what it was, but it's thousands of people. You know, we have thousands of police. I was told today, sir, they want more police. I heard a number, 3,500 police. That's a lot of police. 3,500. I thought they were going to say we only have 30 policemen or women.
Oh, wow. Or women. How woke, sir? How woke? But also, you thought there were going to be 30 police officers for a city of 700,000?
He said, we have 3,500. We need more. You don't need more. That's so many. I never heard. That's like an army.
Yeah. Also, it is funny because the guy he went on to Truth later talked about needing 800 more police officers. And like Donald Trump is like, you already have all of the police officers you need.
How could you need more than 3,000? It just happened 2 minutes ago. Sir, they've requested more police.
It just happened 2 minutes ago. He's just like genuinely just word salading, word vomiting, anything that comes to mind. It's nuts.
Oh, what do they have? About 3,500. I said, 3,500? This is not a big area. It's ridiculous. What you need is rules and regulations.
Yeah, it's not a big area, but you have 700,000 people.
You need the right people to implement them, and we have the right people here, that I can tell you. Look at the border. Biden said there's nothing you can do. Kamala was the border czar. She never called one of the Border Patrol agents who are great. ICE is great. Never spoke to anybody. Never went there. But she was the border czar. And everybody said it was impossible to fix. I fixed it in 3 months. No, really. I fixed it the first week, but really fixed it over the last couple of months. And I mean, literally to a point where, as I said, 0 illegals entering our country in the last 90 days. Pretty amazing. It's time.
Big if true.
Time for dramatic action. We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe city very soon. We're not looking to take years, because a lot of people die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job.
A lot of people die in years. I mean, one might even say all people die in some year.
And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. You know, if you're competent, it's easy. If you're incompetent, it's impossible. But I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. You know, a lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. They got some police, but they're rough police, and they do their job. They don't have crime. We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. But if you had a relative that spoke like this, you would be like, all right, Grandpa, time to get you back to your stories and lead him back to his easy boy. You know, lazy boy. Is that what it's called? Lazy man? Wait, what's that? I'm having a brain fart right now, okay? Is it a lazy boy? Lazy boy. Okay, cool. I've only ever read that. I've never said it out loud. So it sounded weird to say.
And that's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency.
It's an emergency. Crime is down across the board in Washington, D.C. We can't have that.
And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday. I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way.
Look, there was very threatening graffiti. We had to mobilize the National Guard. You guys just don't understand. You're all embarrassing me in front of my friend Putin.
Because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially, capital in the world. We always had. But people come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged.
Yeah, also, Banana Brains, you're 100% right. He was meeting Putin in Alaska, and he's talking about going to Russia to meet Putin. Dude's brain is just cooked. It's a fried egg.
Not going to happen. Keep coming, because
this is your
within,
brain
by
on
the
drugs.
time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top.
Yeah, something tells me that that's not the National Guard doing that, though. That would be like passing an actual budget for, you know, Washington, D.C. so that they can afford the new infrastructure.
No, we don't have to rip the road out and spend 7 years building a new road because they cut everything. Because some designers said, well, we need a 1/4 inch more turn for safety reasons. No, we're going to do it right. We're going to get it done quickly.
Also, just as an FYI, just, you know, talking about all of the all of the incredible dangers faced by Washington, D.C. Just as an FYI, worth pointing out, this is from 2 days ago. Trump administration slashes DC's security funding by 44%. You know, the kind of thing you would do if you actually gave a single shit about the crime in the city. You know, who knew? Who knew that defunding the police would be Donald Trump's major contribution? Who would have guessed? Crazy stuff.
So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person. And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department. Okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police, and those people are the ones that want to help you. This city will no longer be a sanctuary for illegal alien criminals. We will have full, seamless, integrated cooperation at all levels of law enforcement, and we'll deploy officers across the district with an overwhelming presence. You'll have more police, and you'll be so happy.
You literally were just talking about how they didn't need more police. You were literally just talking, like, not 5 minutes ago, about how it's inconceivable that Washington, D.C. would need more police.
because you'd be safe. When you walk down the street, you're going to see police or you're going to see FBI agents. We're going to have a lot of agents on the street.
When you walk down the street, you'll see police officers and FBI agents on every corner, and you'll feel so safe. Don't know about you guys. I don't feel safe when I see people with guns standing on every corner. That doesn't make me feel safe at all. At all, actually.
You're going to have a lot of essentially military, and we will bring in the military if it's needed, by the way. We're going to have National Guard. But Pete Hegseth will tell you about it. We will bring in the military if needed. People say, oh, that's so terrible. He's going to bring in. It's been used many times over the years. I don't think we'll need it. I think we've got so many great people, including the people that are in the police department with proper leadership. They'll immediately begin massive enforcement operations targeting known gangs, drug dealers, and criminal networks to get them the hell off the street, maybe get them out of the country, because a lot of them came into our country illegally. They shouldn't have been allowed in. They come from Venezuela. They come from all over the world. We're going to get them the hell out. They won't be here long. But some of these people, a lot of them, are homegrown criminals. And these are bad people. These are rough people. And this is just a list of some of the people that were given to me.
Ah, the homegrowns, as it were. I'm really worried just connecting different statements he has said, and I don't know how much of it is dementia, how much of it is intentional. Like when he talks about homegrown criminals, like does that mean that if you get arrested by this by these people, like you get deported to a third country to be held in a prison? I mean, I guess deportation wouldn't really be the thing. You get kidnapped to another country's jail to be what does all this mean, actually?
Today, that were criminals removed from the D.C. streets this weekend. They were rough and tough, but we're rougher and tougher. Look at these people here. Nothing, you know. They're not going to be your local school teacher. Look at this guy. He has killed people.
Yeah, no one. They're all irredeemable. They're all the same. They're all gonna be bad forever. You know, unless, of course, you happen to be a woman who raped children. In which case, you know, I'm gonna send you my personal lawyer, and we'll talk about it. And you know, we'll move you to a lower security prison where we'll let you out, and you'll be able to go out of the prison. And you know, all you have to do is say that you didn't see me doing anything, and you know, there you go. We're bada bing, bada boom. We're all done. You know. I mean, you could if you killed someone, that's one thing. But if you just sexually abused a child, you could just put them in a prison, let them out sometimes. You know, totally fine.
Numerous times, they're not going to be an asset. They will never be an asset to society.
Especially if your name is Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine.
I don't care. I know we all want to say, oh, they're going to be rehabbed. It's not going to be
Jazz Dog.
I'm going to ask Doug Burgum to come up and say a couple of words because he's in charge, as you know. He's Interior, but he's in charge of the U.S. Park Police. And I've heard so many great things about the Park Police. They're proud of it. They've been there for a long time. Their families oftentimes grow into the roles. They love the country. They love this area. So, Doug, could you say a few words, please?
All right, we're gonna be done with this. The other folks who talk are also very off-putting and weird and bizarre and just lying through their teeth. But you kind of get the gist of it at this point, right? My hope for how this plays out is that Washington, D.C. harnesses the energy of the sandwich hero and really just kind of meet these fascists with a pugilistic energy while still embracing love and peace. You know, like, I think that is ultimately one of the things that defangs the attempt to puff out the chests. like, and I think largely this is what happened in LA, which is just that nothing was happening. Like, yeah, there were protests, but there was nothing for these people, these soldiers to do. There was nothing for the National Guard to do. And ultimately giving them nothing to do while they try and, like, show how big and tough they are, it's denying them what they want. And my hope is that by denying them what they want over the next 30 days, it reaches the end of the legal limits of his of his power, and he then has to pack up his toys and go home. That is what I hope. That is maybe a best case scenario here. And the best way we can ensure that happening is that essentially we need to organize. Organize locally. Organize with your local Democrats. Organize with your local DSA. Organize with your local soup kitchen. Organize with your local church if you gotta. Like, organize with real people in your real community. Get to know one another. Understand how to be there for each other. And when the time comes, march together. All right? That's what we need to do. If you need help joining your local DSA or your local Democrats, use !, Discord in any of the chats. You'll get a link to the Discord. And when you join, reach out to Gamergy. If you would like to join DSA, she will happily help get you in contact with DSA or help you form DSA of your own. Reach out to Dragonfly in the Discord to join your local Dems. Dragonfly will happily connect you with local Dems. And also consider organizing with folks like Indivisible. Consider organizing with groups like Progressive Victory or 5051. Get out there and do something. Working Families Party, organize with them. Get out there and do something. Get out there, learn people's names, know who they are, and work together for the greater good. We gotta do it. It is simply an existential question at this point. So, that being said, the fascism situation is escalating, to say the least. Remember, sometimes the best thing to damage with police is their morale. Calling them things like traitors to the nation, fascists, and Nazis. You're on the wrong side of history. More effective than doing legally questionable things. It can indeed be. It can indeed be. A crowd chanting "shame on you" can do can do a lot. About the DSA, I saw some authoritarian commies jubilate at the fact that the communist faction has secured a majority in the decision-making body of DSA. What do we know / think about that? Nilith, it really depends on which part of DSA you're talking about. Each section of DSA is independent from the other. So when you're looking at, like, your local DSA, it's going to be different from another person's DSA in their neck of the woods, right? So, like, New York DSA, New York City DSA is going to be different from, Twin Cities DSA. They're going to be two different, self-contained orgs, essentially. And they will, at times, as what happened recently, send delegates from those orgs to the National Convention. And sounding the waters to understand. Yeah, no, it is. So each org is self-contained. Some of them are going to be nutso, which is why we need more sane people to join DSA. Actually, the NPC that was just elected for national is very balanced compared to the last 2 years in terms of factions. What you're hearing is loud voices bragging about things that aren't as real as you're hearing online. Yeah, I mean, also, the DSA National Convention does happen. And some of the loudest voices do tend to be batshit insane tankies. But that's why we need more sane people to join DSA. We need more sane people to join DSA, and we need more radicalized people to join the local Dems. You know? So, anyway. I'm French, so really, yeah. No worries, Nilith. Happens every 2 years. If you get into DSA now, you could become a delegate to the National Convention in 2 years. Fuck yeah. Anyway, folks, that is where we're gonna end that segment. Let's go. Also, K-Fox, can you make this segment that we just did and the last one? Can we put those out today, maybe? Because they're I feel like they're time limited. I feel like by the time they come out, if it's like days from now, more things will have happened, and I'm worried about that. Also, apologies for the fuck, marry, kill Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles segment. I had to do it. And it was just as gross and uncomfortable as one might imagine. One-Eyed Heathen, I answered your question earlier. The answer to your question is that each individual part of DSA, like New York's DSA is different from Twin Cities DSA in terms of structure, in terms of like what they are going to support, etc. So each portion of DSA is independent. It is not, dictated to from on high. So you are going to find different people in DSA who you are going to disagree with, and unfortunately, one of the factions of people in DSA are tankies, and frankly, that's one of the reasons we need more people to join DSA, because we need more people than the tankies. We need non-idiots, non-morons. Yeah, exactly, One-Eyed Heathen. Like, one group of DSA might have a majority of tankies because they all sit around and jerk off and don't do anything. Whereas another section of DSA, like the New York City DSA, is actually going out there and doing shit. And I propose that those of us who get involved in DSA strive to achieve that New York City DSA model. I'll study my chapter then. Thank you. Hey. Am I a tanky moron? I don't know. Do you support like the do you support Stalin murdering millions? Jerking off is doing something. Oh, God. Chat, we've been going for over 6.5 hours. If you're enjoying the show, please, for the love of God, hit that follow button, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. I'm so tired. It is 4:20 in the morning. Blaze it. Yeah, do you support the Holodomor? Exactly. All right, folks. I am going to trundle off to bed. Appreciate all y'all. We only got through 2 of the 3 segments that I really wanted to get through, but you know what? That's all right. That's all right, baby. Oh, I'm tired. I'm so tired. Look at my hair. It's as frazzled as my soul. Good night, you wonderful, wonderful chatters. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. In the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't
Seniors
wear a
are
tie.
the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments